ここは俺に任せて。もらった。4代目他目を超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた。
私はもっと強くなる。シャンナラ背中合わせで行くわよ。
見せてやるよ、シャリンガンの本当の力をな。湧いてくる。相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
Tôi nói cũng không biết này, thời buổi đừng cái tin cái gì trên mạng, có không hiểu không? Nhưng mà thôi, không linh tinh nữa. Vào game đi, nhanh, khẩn trương nhá. Ui giời ơi.
Piu piu.
Đỗ Messi.
Nuốt 250 của tao không trôi đâu.
Tao thích.
Ngày hôm nay nợ máu phải trả bằng nước màu.
Lên đường.
Piu piu.
Đỗ Messi.
Piu piu.
Đỗ Messi.
Piu piu.
Đỗ Messi. Thôi, ông làm gì làm luôn đi. Đỗ Messi.
Thời này ai còn bem như ngoài đời thật. Muốn giải quyết mâu thuẫn hãy vào Mobile Legends. Welcome to Mobile Legends.
Tiêu ơi, lùi đừng 1 2 3, Tiêu đừng Tiêu.
Ok bạn ơi, mà lên lên tôi hết mana.
Cố lên các anh ơi. Để giúp anh.
Bàn hết chúng nó đi anh em. Này tụi mày quýnh tao này.
Chơi game là phải như thế chứ. Phải finish đi legend. Bốn anh em mình legend. Finish đi legend.
Nhưng mà nhớ giả bạn 250 nhé.
ナルトが帰ってきたぞ。クロノ、力を貸してくれ。じゃあ第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
は俺に任せて。もらった。四代目ほかげを超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた。
私はもっと強くなる。背中合わせでいくわよ。
見せてやるよ、シャリンガンの本当の力をな。力が湧いてくる。相変わらずやかましいやつらだ。
Tôi nói các bạn biết này, thời buổi đừng cái tin cái gì trên mạng, các bạn hiểu không? Nhưng mà thôi, không linh tinh nữa. Vào game đi, nhanh, khẩn trương nhá. Ui giời ơi.
Piu piu,
Đỗ Messi,
nuốt 250 của tao không trôi đâu.
tao thích.
Ngày hôm nay nợ máu phải trả bằng nước màu.
Lên đường.
Piu piu,
Đỗ Messi,
piu piu,
Đỗ Messi,
piu piu.
Đỗ Messi. Thôi, ông làm gì làm luôn đi. Đỗ Messi.
Thời này ai còn bem như ngoài đời thật. Muốn giải quyết mâu thuẫn hãy vào Mobile Legends. Welcome to Mobile Legends.
Tiêu ơi, lùi đừng 1 2 3, Tiêu, đừng Tiêu.
Ok bạn ơi, mà lên 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 tới mana.
Cố lên cho anh ơi. Để giúp anh.
Bàn hết chúng nó đi anh em. Này tụi mày quýnh cao này.
Chơi game là phải như thế chứ. Phải Vinisa, Legend. Bốn anh em mình Legend. Vinisa, Legend.
Nhưng mà nhớ giả bạn 250 nhé.
ナルトが帰ってきたぞ。クラマ、力を貸してくれ。第7班、ここに復活だってばよ。
ここは俺に任せて。もらった。4代目ほかげを超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた。
私はもっと強くなる。さよなら。今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。
見せてやるよ、シャリンガンの本当の力をな。湧いてくる。相変わらずやかましいやつらだ。
Tôi nói các bạn biết này, thời buổi đừng cái tin cái gì trên mạng, các bạn hiểu không? Nhưng mà thôi, không linh tinh nữa. Vào game đi, nhanh, khẩn trương nhá. Ui giời ơi.
Piu piu,
Đỗ Mỹ Sĩ,
nuốt 250 của tao không trôi đâu.
tao thích.
Ngày hôm nay nợ máu phải trả bằng nước màu.
Lên đường.
Piu piu,
Đỗ Mỹ Sĩ,
piu piu,
Đỗ Mỹ Sĩ,
piu piu.
Đỗ Mỹ Sĩ. Thôi, ông làm gì làm luôn đi. Đỗ Mỹ Sĩ.
Thời này ai còn bem như ngoài đời thật. Muốn giải quyết mâu thuẫn hãy vào Mobile Legends. Welcome to Mobile Legends.
Piu ơi, lùi đừng 1 cái 3 Piu đừng Piu.
Ok bạn ơi, mà lên đánh nhanh lên tới mana.
Cố lên cho anh ơi. Để giúp anh.
Bàn hết chúng nó đi anh em. Này tụi mày quýnh cao này.
Chơi game là phải như thế chứ.
Phải Vinisa, Legend. Bốn anh em mình Legend. Vinisa, Legend.
Nhưng mà nhớ giả bạn 250 nhé.
Welcome back. You're watching the M Challenge Cup Season 5 for Mekong. This is day 2. We're going into Group B this time to see who jumps up through to the playoffs. My name is Leo, here with Husky. And Husky, how are you doing?
I'm doing good. You know, we had an interesting day 1. You know, we figure out the top 2 teams from Group A. I'm excited for Group B because I think Group A has set the bar, and I want to see if Group B can raise the bar today.
That's right. We got 3 best of 3s coming your way. In action is going to be KOG, Rise of Raven, and Leon Esports. These are teams from Timor-Leste, Thailand, and Laos. So here we see the schedule of matches. If you want to let your friends know, again, fans of Mekong MLBB, it's KOG versus Twin Rise of Raven first, Tuar, and then Leon versus KOG, and then Leon versus Rise of Raven next.
Yeah, I think overall, you know, for today, I think we saw some like familiar names from Leon Esports from last season. Winner takes away $3,000, a slot to MSC wild cards. You know, one step closer to the Boulevard, and they will be at the Boulevard, but closer to the main stage. You got a runner up, you got 1,000, and if you are tied for 3rd place, you get $500. Everyone gets a piece of the pie. It's a matter of how big that piece is.
But at the end of the day, the real icing on top, you know, is that ticket to the MSC wildcard going out to the Esports World Cup in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. That's the biggest prize here. Now you can't put a price on that opportunity. So with that said, we have the playoffs bracket this time, and you'll see that we already have 2 slots locked in. The first seed of Group A will be facing off against the first seed of Group B, and then the second of Group A will be facing their counterpart in B, and already sitting there is Nightmare and RLG.
Yeah, and of course our contenders starting it off for the very first series. They're already ready, right? Ready on stage, ready to take on the challenge. This one, I believe, is King of Gamers Club from Thailand. And it's a region that, you know, we don't really think much about. Sometimes it slips my radar. But again, it's happy for me because you also said yesterday that MLBB finds a way to reach every single parts of the world, and to see it in Timor-Leste, to see it in Thailand, it's proof of that growth.
Yep. Again, this is Rise of Raven, the winner of the Timor-Leste qualifiers. They already have made a name for themselves. Again, this region, this country, in the previous outings, I remember seeing that very flag in the SEA Games in previous years. So, you know, they are on their way to building a esports ecosystem and infrastructure in their country that would then feed us champions here on the international stage. So you saw them in their player entrance. The Timorese are jolly. They're a jolly bunch, don't you think?
Yeah, they really are. Even yesterday, we saw teams like ESP Titans, you know, even though they are not going to qualify, they still have a big smile on their face. I think Rise of Raven also has players not just from not just from Timor-Leste itself, but also from Indonesia, right? They got 2 imports, one of it in the mid lane and then the gold laner too. Even the coach himself is from Indonesia, so that makes it very interesting. My favorite man right now is actually King of Gamers Club coach Song Jin-woo, right? So, I come solo leveling, I see Song Jin-woo, I'm with KOG for now.
Just because of that, just merely that, all right? I have not watched or read a single volume of solo leveling, but I do know that if they can arise to the situation, then they'll send Timor-Leste right out of the playoffs contention. But again, folks, points-wise, this is how it works. If you sweep your opponent, that's 3 points. If you win a 2-1, that's 2. And then you give the loser 1. And then if you win nothing at all, then that's 0 for you. All right? So, that said, I'm going to say now, the Timorese have heart. But I guess that's where the Indonesian subs come in, right? You mentioned that they have a coach and a couple of players that are Indonesian. Mm-hmm. I'm wondering what the Pure Thai squad brings to the table. If they have a unique metagame. I'm looking at the Thailand qualifier, and there's very little on it. I don't speak Thai, so I wish I could check in with Dr. Marks, one of our friends that actually called the action, to dig deep.
Yeah, there actually wasn't much like info leading up to this, at least for the Thai qualifiers, but at least we know that this is the best team from that region. I think the last time I saw a Thailand team outside of Mekong was probably SEA Games. I could be wrong, but we'll see what the draft has in store. I am 100% sure that the two are... Wait, hold on. Coach Dran and Justine? No, that's the wrong coach.
These are just these are the coaches from yesterday.
Coach. Sorry, yesterday's
so
coach.
We are just we're updating our graphics, folks. They are not Justine and Dran. I know that the gentleman to your left on your screen looks familiar. That's not the coach. That's actually one of the marshals. So you might be putting 2 and 2 together. No, that is a marshal from Vietnam. They are playing live on site, coming in from Ho Chi Minh City in Vietnam. So they are far from home. So this is serious business that KOG and 2R come into. KOG ban out the Matilda.
Yeah, Matilda, the Luo Yi ban. We've already seen signs of this yesterday, where their bans generally follow the pool that we see in our respective scenes, barring some very interesting targeted bans like the Estes, the Angela, Florin. But aside from that, they are also heavily emphasizing on bans such as the Luo Yi, the chip. I know we got a couple of Lucas bans yesterday. There it is, the chip ban out by Song Jin-woo.
So the aforementioned Lucas is still at large. I do think they should pay attention to Kalia, because if not, Kalia is going to get picked up. So ban out the Kalia now. Take care of the Fanny too. Again, your housekeeping. You don't want to just willy-nilly give out free top-tier junglers to your opponents.
Mm-hmm. I think, what else? We also saw like Joy bans too. But that one is a lot more subjective, right? Like certain teams, they don't really mind the joint going through. In fact, the Baxia also has really risen up in the ranks of priority. Phoveus as well. We see that Phoveus banned out by 2R. Now it's down to KOG, right? Like the Fanny is still a big question mark. See if they want to take the gambit, right? Fanny, Kalea, Kimmy for some teams, the Baxia out on the table, the Joy 2, Dusin. The KOG has a big decision to make.
Hayabusa, even. We've seen that hero banned early on in the first phase. So they're leaving the draft wide open, and they're taking their time here. Song Jin-woo bans the Badang, and that leaves the Fanny out for Rise of Raven. If they don't ban it here, KOG should pick it up.
I agree. There are situations where the Fanny gets led through, and then the red side comes up with the draft to really punish the Fanny. As strong as she is, you can definitely see the dip in her strength as the game progresses, which is the result of multiple nerfs that Moonton has hit her with. But I think for security's sake, just ban out the Fanny, right? Like if you get a 2-0, you push you at 3 points. You don't even need to win the next series. As long as you get 1 extra point, you just qualify. But 2R, they banned the Zusit instead, so Fanny indeed gets let through.
But will KOG pick it up? It looks like there's a long conversation. Coach Sung Jin Woo, what do I do here? Is it right to pick up the Fanny? Should we? It might be a trap set down by Rise of Raven.
Yeah, Fanny, Kalea is very open too. If you pick the Fanny and the Kalea is around, it can
say
easily
Baksha.
grab you. So they go for the Baksha. I think it's a way safer opening.
And it's rare that we have to consider junglers. Usually we see 4 or 5 bans in the first phase alone for junglers, but no. With the assassins wide open, they instead still go for these utility junglers. The Fredrin comes through for Rise of Raven, plus the Kalea.
It's a very willing draft too, right? Like usually when a Baksha is picked up, it's a minor deterrent to Fredrin and Kalea. So 2R, I'm inclined to believe that they have a plan coming into this with such a snappy pickup on those 2 picks. Kimmy goes over to KOG. That solves the problem of long-range damage and utility for them. And also is a great flex pick if ever they want to put it in the gold lane.
Yeah, but with it being in mid, I'm worried that... oh, there it is. Confirmed. This almost but confirms that it is a gold lane Kimmy. I'm worried that their damage profile isn't where it needs to be. That's all magic damage right now. KOG are literally taunting Rise of Raven, saying, y'all better build Athena shields or Radiant armors, or else, suffer the consequences. An early Valentina, what are they waiting for?
Yeah, I feel like this is the same situation we saw with Nightmare Esports yesterday, where they just second, third picked the Valentina. I think here you could consider Harry. Okay, never mind. I was about to say Harry, but they picked the Lunox up, which still also is a flex, I guess, for some teams, but this is a very, very specific pick.
Husky, even that, the absence of the Harith and the Granger in the first rotation, that is very odd. Especially, was specifically coming from us, right? Coming in from Malaysia, the Philippines, even fans from Indonesia watching. It's like, where's the Granger? Where's the Harith? Instead, we go deep already into the Lunox. What if Rise of Raven don't ban the Lucas, don't even pick it 4th, and then suddenly KOG swing? What if they do that? Because the Baksha can go into the roam.
Yeah, I think KOG definitely has a lot more room to swing to, flex around the hero composition. Well, at least this Baksha, right? It creates room for them to do so. Whereas for 2R, they basically have locked themselves in mostly, unless you throw a curveball, like you put the Fredrin in XP and then you put the Lunox in mid, which I don't really feel like is a good idea. They are banning out the glue, which is an answer to the Fredrin XP. So I guess 2R wants to keep them guessing.
And we immediately jump to an A tier, B plus tier gold laner right now in 1-1. So, contrary to yesterday, where we're seeing a very, how do I put this, very Mekong draft of the priorities that KOG and the Rise of Ravens are putting into, far from what we're used to.
Yeah, it's very stark difference. Even when you put aside the Lunox pick, it's just the early Valentina itself. It's something that we're not used to seeing together because it hasn't really found the most success in early openings. CC ban out by 2R, another XP lane targeted ban. What else is there? I suppose there is the Gut Thought and the High Loss for the XP if you want, but both of them don't really do too well into the Baksha. Like if for KOG, if they see that pick, they can easily pick the Baksha. My suggestion is 2R, you pick the best possible gold laner in 4th, I want to say Harip because carry is also banned out, but that means that their damage profile is just like KOG, right? All magic to this point.
Yeah, where else do they fit in a physical? Coach Sagi
XP.
talking through. I don't trust that. That seems too unreliable. XP's gonna have a hard time. When was the last time we saw carry XP? You know, like a core hero in the XP. This fourth pick should definitely open up the options. Like this should tell us more of what they're planning. Pieces to the puzzle that alongside the hundreds and the thousands of viewers watching all around the world help us figure out. There it is. So this confirms a mid lane Lunox with a Granger in the gold lane.
Yeah, so diversifying the damage portfolio, because I was thinking they could pick the Harif and then you flex this veteran into the XP no matter what. Sure, you might end up sacking him if he gets a bad matchup, but at least it opens up for a assassin jungler like a Hayabusa, which I think will work pretty fine now that there's a Valentina or a Kimmy on the other side. But I don't mind this Granger either. You have great burst magic and physical burst damage, and you have two beefy front lines with crowd control.
I would like KOG to fulfill our prophecy, and there it is. Making like George Lucas, skywalking all over Rise of Ravens. They fall for it. The Lucas in the jungle, the XP lane Baksha, I would assume, or a Roam Baksha, and then the Gatot. Otherwise, I just don't like that this Valentina cost him that much. Like, I don't think the dish was worth the effort in the kitchen. You know what I mean? Like, what are you stealing, honestly?
So far, Tsunami Slam is the only one that can steal. Electro Final Blow Benedetta. So we get the Benedetta XP. I think if you are 2R, it's better to put the Baksha roam and play a Gatot XP into Benedetta. At least the Baksha can facilitate like faster movements, right, into the Kalea. So it seems like that's going to be the case.
All right, we got a few moments to collect ourselves. Give the teams a chance to set up their emblems, switch up final roles. It's just a matter of time before we do find out where they lock in. And here it is, an XP Gatot. And as you put it, the Roam Baksha for KOG. And yeah, no, this was pretty easy spelled out for Rise of Raven.
Which draft do you like more? I feel like Rise of Raven has a slightly better draft. I'm not really sure how the Lunox going to work, but aside from that, it looks, like a draft that we would see in our region.
I like the journey that KOG took us through the draft. I like the little rope-a-dope. I like the plot twist. But you're right. Overall, especially where we landed, Rise of Raven has a better go at a winning image. So with that said, we're unanimous on desk. How about y'all folks? What do you think? Go ahead, put it in the comments. Whose draft do you like? Who are you supporting? Where are you from watching right now the M Challenge Cup? Let us know. And join us as we witness the journey of these teams to the playoffs to find out who exactly will be representing the Mekong region alongside Legion Esports, who already punched their ticket to the MSC wildcard earlier last week at the VMC.
Yeah. Last year, we had one Timor-Leste team. It was a 3v Esports, so this is a completely new representative, right? Which means that even Timor-Leste have their own ongoing scene with budding players, and it gets me pretty excited to see what this team has to offer on this stage up against a team that we have seen every now and then. I think for KOG, they weren't there last season. They weren't here last season either. So it's two completely new faces in this Season 5 qualifiers.
In just a few, we are going to be loading into the Land of Dawn. Again, a best of 3 match here in the group stage, round robin format. So each of the teams in each group will face each other once. So Husky, you can only imagine the pressure and the urgency at hand. You got to do everything right. A single game changes the points. You lose a single game, it's not like you even download it. It's a full point you lose.
I think the best part about this year is the fact that, correct me if I'm wrong, Leo, but Legion Esports that is directly qualifying to the group stage, or are they still in wildcards? I can't remember actually.
They are still in the wild card, I think.
Still in the wild cards.
Yeah.
So it's just a slightly different approach, right? Because last year we got both wildcard teams from the qualifiers itself in the grand
Yes.
finalists. Yeah, so this time it's just one, which makes the stakes even higher for all of these teams.
Yeah, I'd reckon this is Moonton taking a look at Vietnam as a whole and giving them the nod, saying, hey, you alone, your infrastructure alone for esports is enough to support one team straight to the wild card. So good on Vietnam. Again, would be nice to visit, would be nice to be a part of that on a more larger scale. But hey, we're blessed to be part of the M Challenge Cup through the years. Welcome to game one. KOG versus Rise of Raven. Let's see both teams. Look at this. Husky, this is I'm not used to this. Neither team check in. Like, they are keeping to their own side of the map.
Yeah, very honest gameplay, right? Minding their own business. There seems like there's a gentleman's agreement that we do not fight until the first objective spawns, and that means both junglers actually gets a speed up in their clear speed, even trying to take over the Little Wanderer, which will go over to RTZ. Now instantly going for invade. Wow, that's a very weird retribution. Not really sure if that was intended, but the camp actually just gets secured by Mess. So both junglers end up being at the same experience state.
Yep, there goes the Mekong hospitality out the window in mid. Yoo-hoo!
They're trying to fight 0367, and it's going to be revitalized, forced to be used very, very early on.
So that does send 0367 home. Does not want to risk it. Shiren forcing Mess out.
Good taunt to stop him from going further. He even had the wave clear is going to always favor this Benedetta, and this is without much major items yet, running that concussive blast for the extra wave clear instead of the lethal ignition for damage. Even for this gold lane, both gold lane is playing a very, very safe. No one really wants to give away their lane priority, and the fact that K is able to keep the minutes on his side is already a plus point. Mid lane, Kyron forcing this Baksha to back off again.
And the fight continues down bottom. Yoo-hoo keeping Narakorn at bay.
And AOG into the turtle being secured by the side of KOG. The big appraiser's wrath actually now bringing people low. Stolen Tsunami Slam onto RTZ. A first blood for 2R. And now the actual Tsunami Slam comes out from Yoo-hoo, but his jungler is already gone. So KOG finds 2 kills.
KOG through execution. Bully Rise of Raven out of that major objective and might even commit Grand Theft Purple here.
They will get it. This title strike slightly late, but pretty sure actually is dishing out some respectable amount of damage with the help of Kyron, who is going to end up going down. A double kill for Mess.
That's a beautiful mess that KOG set up there. Rise of Raven, what were they thinking? This is a Lucas. If you play in the paint, you get in the trenches, Naruto, you better believe it, will kick you in the behind. 301 already, and you're looking at a almost 2,000 gold lead between him. Or Rise of Raven catching up at the farm. But when it comes to the mid-game power spike, 3067!
Going to get kidnapped, and this time he will go down. This boxer can't stand for too long. Sugar also trying to run away. The good Terrify from Merpafi keeps him alive.
It's not so sweet when there are a bunch of frontliners in your face and yours aren't there. 0367 got popped. Not a horn on the other side of the map. Here comes Mess.
Yoo-hoo will be forced to flicker away as well. AOG cuts him off from the rest of his team. This Lucas still has a Sacred Beast form. Finally collects a mega kill.
Man, the Timorese are finding it hard to pick beneficial fights. I think they're just better off, splitting the map, winning where they can, and then maybe try in the mid game. In the early game, it's all KOG.
They tried to find Kyron, but with very minimal success. Although they should see Mess on the map right now, going for the second turtle. Kyron even reveals himself. Mid lane, the Brilliance also gets used. A very split up formation from the side of the Timor-Leste team. Yoo-hoo with the Tsunami Slam, and here even comes the Granger somehow. The Benedetta steals the turtle away. Mess now running away, but turns right around with the Beast Bomb and only hits the Kyron to flicker forward into a stolen Tsunami Slam. Kyron will be brought back, but he's going to try and slice and dice the enemies, and unfortunately the gun is stronger than the blade. and KOG finds a couple more.
Those blasters that the First Order issued to Sugar are paying off. 0, 0, and 3. It's a support gold laner. Again, that's all really Sugar is doing. As long as there's covering fire, Mess can force fights. Murphy can also deal a significant amount of damage. It's just unfortunate that King of Gamers did not get the turtle, but again, that's the price you pay. Beautiful placement of the Shockwave Blast. Here, hits one, disperses Rise of Ravens, and you know that scramble allowed for KOG to land on their feet. Oh!
Another attempted Tsunami Slam that ended up in just the Kalea going down. And KOG are stepping on the gas. A 2k gold lead, and they've completely cut off the top lane. So that tier 1 is guaranteed.
Yep, this is slowly but surely KOG's way of securing objectives. They go for the Death Ball first, and then they go for objectives, forcing a brilliance from Prince Sher. Prince Sher is waiting for backup, but this is scary. All 5 members of KOG now death balling all around the map. They're going for bottom.
Yeah, and instantly the AOG and then Leash the Beast getting used. Electro Final Blow into Appraisal's Wrath, actually keeping RTG pretty healthy, but he will still end up going down. A good roll up by 0367, putting up on Kyron. Doesn't get the kill as a mid lane tier 1 under siege by 2R. Yuhu getting kidnapped, but this time was able to jump away. Pretty sure also with the retreat, using the brilliance as it runs out. He's going to get jumped on. Sugar with the takedown.
2 casualties across the board, bottom then mid. They're gonna go for the turret first and then rotate towards the turtle. Looking at the items, they don't have to commit to magic defense just yet. Again, the tough boots are more than enough to make up for it because the real threats early on are Kyron and K. Neither are anywhere close to fully built. So KOG can just keep steamrolling.
I think the goal right now is just to snowball as much as possible, right? This Lucas, he's 6-0-4. He is incredibly strong. You win one more fight at the upcoming Lord Pit, and I think KOG is going to have such a lead that it would take a long time for 2R to recover. I would say Kyron is doing a pretty decent job in just controlling the side waves, but with KOG sticking around, sticking together as a 5-man, it is opening up a lot of space for Kyron and K to split push.
There's too much on Kyron's shoulders. I can feel it. Kyron has controlled this lane for so long now, and there's only so much you can do with a Revitalize, a Stored Intent, and an Eye for an Eye, especially if there's like 3 or 4 heroes chasing you. So I think there should be some way to alleviate the pressure from Kyron, but to balance that with putting farm on K might be too much to ask for. You're assuming that KOG will just take this line down, that KOG will just shut off and let you farm. That's not going to happen. KOG, their uptime is picking up. Besides the traction pulse, Sugar can just keep raining down, covering fire. It's almost impossible to recover since besides K, they're a mid to short range lineup.
Oh yeah, and also very reliant on having the crucial abilities, right? Like the Unleash the Beast. And this is just a dance between Mess and Kyron. Mess clears out the wave, Kyron does the same, and they both are now stuck in the bottom lane. Although it would be nice for Mess to start moving towards the Lord Pit because that's where he's needed.
So Mess is dealing with a handful that is Kyron. Has about 5 seconds before the Lord spawns. I think he's going for the long rotation here. Camp, orange, purple, Lord. But that will leave too much room for Kyron. I think, yeah, they're sending KOG's 0367 first. 0367 is a better trade for Kyron. Oh, wait, Kyron very low.
Wow, that is so much damage. Kyron actually is going to go down, but they pick a fight at the Lord Pit. This is what 2R has been waiting for. Taking on Merpapi. The AOG also forced out from Natacorn. So KOG, they don't really have the resources. If they want to force this, they still have to unleash the beast. They didn't need to use it just now. The bottom wave will still push in 2R's favor. Both junglers still alive. Kyron and Merpapi back in around 5 seconds. But they don't have crucial abilities. RTZ would now take control of the Lord. Here's a flicker jump in with the darkness. Somehow RTZ still with the Retrify gets the Appraisal's wrap into a title strike. Mess still picks up the kill and is 2R taking down 3 bodies.
Unfortunate that Merpapi did not make it to the fight. That's why it was so awkward. That way it was difficult for KOG to juggle bodies and stop Arsteezy from getting the Lord, stealing it away from the almost sure hands of KOG. So KOG make up for it by taking 3 down. I think that was a good consolation prize. Again, Shiren was going to make it to the scene much sooner. Shiren was going to be an impact player much faster than Merpapi. So now KOG have to just clear that Lord down bottom. That's what you call a negative gains Lord.
Yeah. In fact, they end up losing than gaining anything. But at least we can see the idea of 2R, right? Like, they have very good concepts. They see 2 members trying to run down their Benedetta. They instantly start a fight. It was just unfortunate that they couldn't get more out of the situation, and KOG's backup, arrive on time. But at the end of the day, it's just a 3k goal advantage that separates KOG and 2R.
I'd hate to be a negative Nelson, but I think that was more of just KOG making less than wise decisions. That's what opened it up for Rise of Ravens to capitalize. I don't think a fight that both teams are ready to take on will ever result in Rise of Ravens winning. Not just yet, since they are down about 3,000. Oh, here we go.
There it is, Flicker Tsunami Slam. Great traction pulse, but no follow-up. The AOG slightly late. Another time for RTZ, and unfortunately for this Gator, he's gonna get sliced up and just gunned down. K with a double kill. Mess finally shows up. The Ninetale Beast with the bomb blocked by Kyron. Perfect eye for an eye. And the Timor-Leste team now finally strikes back. They still ends up losing the Granger, but at least they took care of Mess. A big shutdown for RTZ.
Amazing map presence by Rise of Raven. Just as I was about to say that as long as KOG is ready to fight, there's no way Rise of Raven can win. But no, Rise of Raven foresaw the vulnerability. They saw that there were 2 rotating up from KOG, and that allowed for them to take advantage. The ultimate opportunists in Rise of Raven closing the gold gap. Nay, having the gold lead this time for themselves, about 1,000 ahead. Just now half of that. Rise of Raven suddenly in the driver's seat.
A measly 500 lead, but they swung the goal around by, what, 3,000? A big chunk of it came from shutting down Mess. And Yoo-Hoo so far has been getting some nasty tsunami slams, some that resulted in his death, but others, like the one we saw just now, gave 2R a positive gain. Now second Lord in the bottom quarter of the map.
Merpapi needs to be a little faster. I reckon it's the fact that it's a 2-step, 3-step process for KOG to pick a fight. That's why Rise of Raven are so game. They're so fast on the pickup. So set up 0367, get a good ult on Merpapi, whether that be energy eruption. Like, it's gonna come down to that. Like a little extra CC never hurt nobody, or maybe even a Electo final blow some way, somehow. This might be a good start here.
Oh my gosh, Sugar almost get blasted down, but they control Prince Shirt before he went into the Brilliance, and now the burden is onto K. RTC will get away as Kyron is late to the fight. They even lost Yoo-Hoo too, so 2 down for Rise of Raven. Floor seems to be pretty juicy as Mess now returns to work on the objective, and RTC needs to do his darn best to keep K alive as the rest of KOG will do the same, but they realize halfway that this Lord is actually harder than they thought. Appraisal's West slams now into a taunt from the Gatakacha. RTC is doing mad work keeping K alive. Merpapi out of range with a Tsunami Slam, and throughout all of that, top tier 2 goes down. Electrofinable from Kyron takes out Mess and steals the Lord. The stolen Tsunami Slam does nothing, and Rise of Raven have come out on top, Leo.
KOG, blinded by greed. They were juggling a bunch of high-risk decisions to make, and they made the most lethal one. The fact that they had to send Mess back and got punished for it too. Rise of Raven are about to run them out. This is devastating. It's not like KOG had full control. It's just they were risking to gain control or some semblance of it. Now Rise of Ravens have the biggest lead they've had all game. They have a Lord up top, and they painted the map red. This is very, very bad for KOG.
It is. definitely a devastating way to lose control, right? I agree. I think they try to cook too many dishes and they burnt all of it. And some of them undercooked. Lord finally crashing into the turret. If they get this inhibitor up, it would be Constellation Prize, which is exactly what they would do. At the price of all outer tier structures, bottom tier 2 will eventually fall to the fat minion wave. Immortality now picked up by Kyron.
I hate to tell you, and a lot of people will know what this feels like. Many are ranked games of mine where I played a jungle Lucas go this way. Because again, when you're a Lucas, sometimes all you can do is really just dive. When you're Lucas, all you can do is just embrace the abyss and say, I will fight. If I win, then that's what the universe allowed me to get. If I don't, then so be it. That's the kind of situation that's going on in the minds of KOG with Mess in the lead. Quite literally and figuratively too, because looking at the net worth, looking at the records, looking at the items as well that Rise of Raven have built off of those subsequent comebacks, they're able to overload Mess, and Mess can only do so much with 11 kills. Like, this is the equivalent of a friend you went to high school with. They were popular, they were an athlete, they peaked there, and then suddenly they have a midlife crisis. Like, that's what KOG are going through right now. Like, what can we do? What are we to do against this lineup that has obviously superior range, better ways of controlling the map, and all we can do is just fight?
Yeah, and this is also a test to see if KOG can play from behind. Oh, there's one thing I would say, that at least this is not Crowns Lucas who runs away when the team is winning, or when there's a chance to win. No, Mess is really taking matters into his own hand, but the timing has passed. RCZ with the Blade Armor too. So that deals with the Kimmy. This KOG 5-man stack can only do so much work. Kyron now no longer burdened by the fact that he is easy to take down. In fact, they are going to slowly corral KOG into a corner because the rest of the squad from Rise of Raven is showing up. Yuhu from the back. He's going to find an opportunity. Jump in with the Titan Strike. Tsunami Stem. Gets the kidnap with the Merpuppy, but it's all about buying time. Mess dives the back line, but this time will not find much done. Well, actually takes out K somehow. This Lucas still incredibly strong. Turns onto Kyron. AOG. Slightly late. Yuhu comes back with the Immortality. And at the end of that, is actually KOG that wins the fight.
Glorious combat seems to be the only way KOG was gonna go. And now Kyron looking for a punish!
Wow, the eye for an eye. Perfect timing. An Electro final blow just to clear out that middleweight just by a little bit, taking down Sugar. One of the primary damage source that KOG needed to take the Lord.
2 for 3, the eventual trade. Rise of Raven though, making a beeline straight for that Lord. I'm pretty sure KOG is aware of this, but what are they to do? How do they respond? Rise of Raven, they're not all here just yet. There's more bodies for KOG. They're sandwiching down Kyron.
Kyron will use the Electro final blow plus Revitalize to stay alive. That's the conceal used by OG67 and Merpuppy. He's looking for the Tsunami Slam to steal. Kyron once more jukes them out. RCZ goes in on his own. The backup now arrives, but you gotta watch out for Mess. And that's Yuhu's job. He's gonna go in and instantly see where this Lucas is. He's gonna get the kidnap onto the Gato. That's not the right target, sir, but he draws aggro from Yuhu as RTZ wants to get close to OG7, but can't find it. So Tsunami Slam takes out Prince Sher, and surely KOG now will take the ball.
And that is how KOG wanna do it. The perfect sequencing, the right ult stolen, the right targets disabled, and the damage going where they need it to go. No one threatening Sugar. The fight continues. This might be too greedy this time of Rise of Ravens. All they gotta do here is send 0367 to take care of Chiron, and then this is Lord all the way back in control. KOG.
They should get the Lord. RTZ just cannot get in range in time. Mess with the Retribution. Gets KOG. Their Lord. As Kyron continues to just cut the waves. But this is a tank Benedetta, so the damage not as much as when he's building full-on output. So even as the game progresses, dealing with minion waves is also going to start becoming a challenge for him.
They shan't fall for Chiron's traps here. Much like last night, Miguel being having a very punchable aura. You know, falling in for these 1v1 traps. That might be one of KOG's downfalls. If they can at least confirm 1 or 2 major lane pushes and leave the others to get split by Chiron, so be it. You know, like, don't fall for the Benedetta. Don't make your rotations be dictated by a lone Benedetta. own the map, play to it. And here they are, they're doing it now. All three waves miraculously synced.
And now they're gonna jump on RCZ. Buy some time. Yuhu doesn't want to be involved in that mess. Again, play is slow. Electro final ball getting used. Sugar dies as Prince jumps onto him. And that is not good news for KOG, but they still have an Evolved Lord coming down top.
Approaching a 20-minute mark. A death past this point will be a death you will regret. So Sugar died at the right time. Sugar died with a sub-minute timer. They can still manage that. And here KOG off camera chasing Chiron once more.
Just cannot get to him. He is so mobile on this Benedetta. And sadly for the rest of KOG, he is always going to be constantly be that person that splits the lane, clears out minions and draws tension away. And it's not like you can ignore him, right? At one point he is going to create enough pressure on the map that KOG has to give him respect.
So again, my piece of advice, unsolicited advice, is just send 0367 and then keep Chiron at bay. Like that's the best thing I could suggest. And then if you're talking man-to-man defense, have Merpapi keep tabs on you, because that's the only real ult that makes the fight beneficial to you. I've seen Merpapi go get other ults. It's never beneficial. Only if they can get the Tsunami Slam, they can then win a fight, regardless if they kill K first. So they're starting this off. It's 0367, hunting for bodies. KOG is very well aware of the Benedetta split pushing down bottom. And they're taking their sweet time to respond.
Yeah, they have to make a decision. Last time they tried to chase after the Benedetta, they ended up getting jumped on by Rise of Raven, but it's an eventual problem that needs a solution, and this time Naracon will be the one that does it. Picks himself up a Twilight Armor in the process. They know where 0367 is, but this Gadot is not going to stop the Benedetta, right? Like, this he's gonna keep on clearing the wave. The best you can do is proxy the wave and make sure that there's nothing pushing towards the inhibitors.
Alright, so folks, the reason why they're doing this is it's easier for 0367 to rotate, yes, to keep tabs on the Benedetta, yes, but they need the Baxia to slow down the healing of those in the front lines of the main fighting force of Rise of Raven. So you want to slow down our Steezy shields, you want to slow down Yuhu's healing, even the spell vamp from K will go down once you get Baxia marks on him. So that's why they chose to give 0367 this responsibility to be the vanguard for KOG right now in the Lord Dance. All this while, it's Narakorn versus Chiron in the long lane, and it looks like they're at a standstill because Narakorn can clear just as quickly. Look, they're holding out each other's waves.
Straight up proxying the waves. It's like the other person does not exist. This is, I don't think I've ever seen anything like this, at least in the past 2 years.
It's a simple solution to a long-standing problem, because again, the past 2 or 3 major team fights was one off of that split. So now KOG have found their best solution to the situation, because it's Rise of Raven who's actively doing this previously. Now they're saying, hey, we have a strat to figure that out too, but wait, where's Narakorn going?
He's trying to,
look at the
trying to
conceal.
catch the wave. There we go, and that is the go sign. Here comes the Kidnap with Tsunami Slam. They jump onto the right target. Mess loses his immortality. They need to take him out. A taunt and a shutdown. And that's what Rise of Raven has been waiting for. AOG arrives on a tree to revitalize, keeping everyone topped up as much as possible. K managing to flicker away as Sugar will now gun down one of them. This is the most accurate Stormtrooper we have seen on all time. Kyron trying to escape a jetpack into a field dashes. Narakorn and the rest of KOG have found the fight that they've been looking for.
Oh my lord. Off of the back of Sugar. They are winning. Sugar single-handedly bought them the game back. Yuhu gets popped.
And there's nothing left that K can do. He guns down one. There's one catapult. He needs to clear it out, and he actually does with the help of the crystal, but it's too late. KOG runs it down for game 1.
I'm gonna say it now. If I'm wrong, then so be it. But the MVP, especially towards that twilight of game 1, would be FN 2187. I mean, it's the first order stormtrooper. It's Kimmy. It's Sugar. Sweet the way he played that team fight. How he knew that he was the only one that could really deal enough damage consistently to fend off Rise of Ravens, King of Gamers, the long game. They took it home. Impressive work.
Yeah, they lost their Hokage in, the 4th Great Lord War, but they forgot that the Leaf Village had brought in new technology, and in a Starlight Blaster, Sugar really bringing the game back. But we also have to give flowers to Mess, because for the early to mid game, this guy was the menace.
I mean, scoring 14, 3, and 7, the stats will skew it. So yeah, no, low, without very much effort, and you're trying to determine who the MVP is, without even watching the game, you just look at the post-game stats, you will definitely say, oh yeah, definitely, that is Mess. But if you watch the last 2 minutes, you'll know that Sugar is instrumental to the win here, and detrimental to Rise of Ravens. Well, Rise, it was a 24-minute game. Dear God, this took almost forever, and you'll see the juggle on the items very clear that these teams reacted to each other's efforts.
Well, some very, as much as this game is pretty slow, 24 minutes, there were times where, both teams look confused, but good concepts, right? Rise of Raven and KOG both understood certain timings, when to take fights, and how to take them. I would say that Prince Sure had some big hit or misses with this Lunox. He's playing like he's going for a 1-for-1 trade, right? He flickers in the darkness and then he leaves it all up to God. But this moment was the turning point for Rise of Raven to bring them back into the game.
Bro was playing like Ruby DD, and I don't blame him. Again, Ruby DD is an icon in MLBB Esports, but you can't afford to do that. That's not the key. The 1-for-1 trade, you got to protect yourself as a Lunox. You have to be patient with your entries. And if you're talking patience, there's no one like Chiron in this game. I'm assuming that in the next game, in an effort to take us to game 3, they will give Chiron another impact hero like the Benedetta, because he was super patient. He was the one literally holding everything together for Rise of Raven.
Yeah, he did everything, right? He's like cutting waves, he's drawing attention, he threw the Gato Kacha away for more than a minute, right? And then the team made the call to take the fight. They finally took out supposedly the biggest threat, and then they forgot all about Sugar. But without the Benedetta, that game probably would have ended at least 5-6 minutes earlier.
It was Mess who set it up, and then it was Sugar who eventually ended it for him. So, ladies and gentlemen, amazing MLBB on display coming in from the Mekong. This is once again KOG at match point, with Rise of Raven struggling to take us to game 3, if we will. All right, it comes down to this. There's so much to talk about. We will discuss this later on when we come back after a short break. You're watching the M Challenge Cup for Mekong. His name is Husky. My name is Leo. We'll be right back.
しゃ第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
ここは俺に任せてもらった。4代目他を超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた。
Welcome back. You're watching the M Challenge Cup for Mekong Season 5. Smack dab in the middle of the first series of the night. It is KOG at match point versus Rise of Ravens. My name is Leo. Here's Husky. Husky, what does Rise of Raven need to do to get back into this series?
I think, it probably starts from the mid lane. I'm generally okay with majority of the draft and some of the crucial decisions they made, but one of the key factors I think that led to that game one being harder than it should is that they had a mid lane that played like an assassin, right? The Lunox had to be really out front. They were outranged by the Kimmy. They couldn't really survive a dive from KOG. So mid lane, give yourself some room to breathe. Pick a hero that can play from afar And if they keep the rest of the draft, I think they will work out just fine. They work out even better compared to game 1.
That's right. I don't think the draft made much of a issue. It really came down to execution. If anything, it was KOG who got away with a weird draft. They were very heavily invested in that early Valentina, and then they swung around, stole away that Lucas, flexed it alongside the Baksha. So with KOG now in red, they should show us something new. It should be a new drafting dynamic with Rise of Raven this time in blue side. They should be first. Ban out the usual suspects, the Matilda, Fanny got snubbed completely game 1, no?
Yeah, Fanny was not banned at all, and no one cared to pick it up. This is a very rare occurrence, right? We get served up with some surprises. Every single time we cast in not just Mekong, but we look at other regions outside of the big three. But I dig it. I guess both teams aren't really comfortable with the Fanny, or they don't pay as much attention to the hero like we do. The Loyi gets banned out again. I'm expecting majority of the bans to be the same. Matilda, Chip, we saw that too. I do wonder if the Baksha is going to get banned out by KOG.
Oh, wow. KOG this time around understand that the weapon they used to beat Rise of Raven is a dangerous one. So they banned that out first. Again, still at large, the aforementioned Chip, the Matilda, the Badang. The Badang was also banned in game 1. So some specific bans and picks that these two are looking to get.
Oh yeah, the Badang also. You're right. Would 2R ban the Lucas, I wonder, right? Like the in game 1, clearly the Lucas was quite a problem for them to deal with, and we see that KOG, they're willing to take Valentina into Lucas, which funnily enough KOG probably didn't notice that until it was too late. But they did ban on the Drew Sin in the previous game, and they are going to do it again.
So there's still a couple of bans that were put in game 1 that were not yet here. Here we go, the Chip. So it's the Badang and Matilda left from game 1. Those are the must bans that we noticed from game 1 that are still out here. That'll open up again the prio picks of the Baksha, the Fred, the Kalia. Oh wow, Kalia's still out here.
Yeah, it's still available. They're really willing to give it over to 2R, which in of itself, right, was second picked in game number 1 too, because KOG decided to go for a Baksha opening. So let's see. I think if you're 2R, just let the Kalea open, right? Maybe you ban like I was about to say the Lucas or Phobius. The Phobius is fine with me. Now it's KOG's turn to make a decision. Kalea, Baksha, or they want to initiate the trade again.
Phobius here. The last ban for Rise of Raven. And KOG have one more. Is it just me or did you notice this too, Husky? The banning phase, it takes so long. These coaches, they take all the time. But when it comes down to the draft, the picks, they respond in a snap.
Oh yeah, like we are more used to like a faster paced ban phase. But these teams are taking a lot of time to deliberate. The Baksha, which I did point out earlier on, actually gets banned out. So now the Kalea feels even more juicy as the first pick.
Here's a quick recap of what the draft looked like for these two teams. Mind you, KOG was in blue side then, and Rise of Raven was on red. So that's how these drafts happened. First pickable would be the Kalea. Yeah, that's the only one I'd reckon is worth it here amongst their last picks. And there it is. KOG. They can go Valentina Lucas if they so choose. They did very well with it game 1.
Valentina Lucas feels like the way to go. Either that, or they also picked the Gatot in game 1, but it was in blue 4 and 5. As a pseudo answer to a Kalea, every time someone gets grabbed, you just come in with the AOG. And because they have Baksha, Lucas to straight up dive and front line, the Gatot job becomes slightly easier when he's not the only one that has to take on the responsibility of crowd controlling crucial targets and zoning the rest out. Harry Badang is
Coach
also.
Song Jin-woo.
Oh, there it is.
All right. I love it. I like these two picks. Again, Badang was banned prior. Now that it's open, he gets that with Valentina. I think Rise of Raven is aware now. Like, all right, we know the Lucas is coming. We can't Lucas here. That's what the Valentina does by being picked this early.
And now the Lucas it's a dangerous pick for 2R, right? They Rise of Raven, they can't really take the Lucas unless they are prepped for it thanks to the Valentina. I think Song Jin-woo, seeing ahead into the future. The Harry Fredrin comes up for 2R. Once more, it's from game 1, this Fredrin most likely will go back into jungle again. I think RTZ did a decent job on the Fredrin jungle, but now they have an even more heavy-hitting gold laner in the late game.
This was a hero that was snubbed completely in game 1. And I like that it's finally showing up. Again, this is a late game insurance policy for Rise of Raven. There's very few things that are scarier than a late game Harith, but the way KOG played in game 1, the question is, will they even get the late game? Because Mess, our MVP player from game 1, is on his signature Lucas again.
And it's going to be the same problem for, K, like he did in game 1 with the Granger. If the Lucas gets on top of you, you just explode. We'll see if 2R have any more solutions in the second pick phase. Because this Fredrin and Kalea, we saw it in game 1, is not a be-all end-all solution, right? They need a bit more that's going to come from the XP laner. And hopefully they don't pick the Lunox again. I don't think that's necessary at all. Selena banned out by KOG.
So they're attacking mid laners. I like to think KOG don't want to ban the Farsa anymore. Like, they would allow the Farsa because that's something that Murphapi can steal, right? With the Valentina. Because right now, they only steal the Tsunami Slam. Rise of Raven will draft very specifically to not give any more ults. It was a very hard game for Murphapi in game 1.
1-1 ban to protect the Fredrin. So same as game 1. I think KOG probably would look at another mid lane ban. I remember that 2R did ban the CC in the last ban. And then they ended up with Benedetta XP lane. I wonder if they'll consider that as again. Matilda banned out. Wait, no, hold on. Why would they ban the Matilda? That's already a Kalea.
They're respecting the possibility of an XP lane Kalea. We've seen a good chunk of those sporadically in the past. So maybe, just maybe. But no, knowing the playstyle of Chiron, they don't want to put a Kalea on him. Like, they want to put heroes that can control the map, that can do things outside of team fights. Kalea only really works in team fights.
So it's gonna be a carry ban. So this time the CC gets left open. I think KOG, you pick a gold laner now. Like a Granger Moskov would be good. Then you can keep this Badang for last.
I'd say Granger. Moskov would be good because, again, you know that Chiron likes to play the opposite lane, and there it is. They don't want to be given a problem anymore of what do we do if this other member of Rise of Raven wants to split push. So they control the other half of the map, potentially, with a skill shot from Sugar, if he can find it, if he needs to find it. Now, Rise of Raven, the jig is up. What's your mid laner? And what is your XP laner? Do you Benedetta again?
They can CC if they want. Since they already have Fredrin and Kalea to frontline, the CC is great into the Lucas. Doesn't really care if the Badang is in the same lane as her. Pick a Farsa or pick a... If you're worried too much about big dives, Vex is not bad as well for the mid lane. Dusin is also open. Oh no, Dusin is actually banned out. So they go Benedetta, Lunox again. It's the same exact draft except for the gold laner.
They trade the Granger for a Harith. So all the more now the damage type is skewed a majority of it is in Magic. Again, their core damage is in Magic. Chiron played a very tanky Benedetta in game 1, so KOG, it's clear. Build Radiant Armor, build Athena Shield. They close the draft up with an Akai. Husky, is that a Romakai?
I have a. It feels like it can be a Romakai, right? It's not too. It's one of the ancient counters. No, it's an XP Akai, but it's still fine. I think it's one of the ancient counters to a Fredrin. Like Fredrin hates it when you shoving around. Like this big man wants to be the one in control, but when you're up against an Akai, you don't really get a say in how you move. As long as you have the heavy spin. Wait, hold on. I feel like I've seen this before. Badang wall into a heavy spin. You are permanently crowd control.
That combo is lethal enough to even counter a Fanny. So they are going to be overloading Rise of Raven's CC immunity or resilience, right? Because that has built into Harriet's passive. You have Chiron trying to dodge that and weave through that with the Eye for an Eye and even Prince Sher. So I hear you that there's so much innate CC that KOG are playing with that threaten Rise of Raven. Rise of Raven is going to struggle here. Rise of Raven is going to play a game very similar to game 1.
Yeah, I don't really like the Lunox. Like game 1, I see a war where it works, but this game, I really am not really sure if the Lunox is the way to go. I feel like there are just too many things that the other mages do better than the Lunox. But sometimes when you're behind, you lean into comfort picks. If Rise of Raven are willing to give it another chance, so will I. We'll see how it pans out in game 2.
Here we go. Match point for KOG. All of Thailand watching. If you choose to join us on this broadcast, welcome. Thanks for taking the time out of your evening to join us for the M Challenge Cup for Mekong. This is the group stage, and KOG are a game win away from knocking Rise of Raven that much closer down towards elimination from the playoffs. Early invades by KOG. Husky, I think KOG have found their mojo. KOG are a little more confident now.
They spot out the leash, but not really much delay was done at the end. RTD should get this with the retribution. So far, so good. Karen even showing up to help out his laners too. And that's the advantage you get as a Benedetta, right? In a lane against Akai, you just move slightly faster, and he's not going to lose anything once he gets back to the XP lane.
And it's another situation wherein... Oh wait, whoa, yoo-hoo!
That's first blood. Uh-oh. Mess getting another first blood.
It's hard to stop Mess the way he's been playing, the way he is as a Lucas, and sure, gets caught.
This time he will be able to get away, but we are seeing the same problem again for the Lunox. She is a glass cannon as 0367 now moves towards the bottom lane. Should see this Fredrin as, or at least, expect him to be there. With how Kyron is moving, they should know.
It's unfortunate that the draft is very similar to game 1, and knowing the lessons both teams have learned from game 1, this spells disaster for Rise of Raven. This dictates logically that Rise of Raven have to play 3 or 4 times better, cleaner than they did in game 1 to even consider going to game 3.
And here comes the Sacred Beast form right into the face of Kyron. He is straight up gone. Brilliance used to escape by Prince Shirt. SOD just giving them a haircut. It actually connects on the Prince Shirt, but no good angle for the Moskov to come in. He doesn't need to. Turtle should go over to KOG.
And in all that, Arsteezy knows that Narakorn has his flicker, has his heavy spin, and he can't do a thing. He was forced to just back off. That's wasted time down bottom. That is an opportunity cost for Rise of Raven to even think of contesting and then failing to do so anyways. So the bottom half of the map totally in control of KOG. Top lane though, this might be one where Rise of Raven can find an advantage. Maybe they can try to get some kills over early to K, farm up on that Harith, but I feel like KOG know that too. That might be the only place they'll try.
I'm not really sure how, how Rise of Raven is going to deal with KOG, at least for now. Not when this Akai is straight up proxying the wave. We haven't seen this Akai join the team fight in any capacity. So we haven't seen the full-blown potential of this Akai Badang. Mess getting his Hunter Strike at 3 minutes and 40 seconds.
You know why we haven't yet, Husky? Is because he's threatening with just his presence. Like, he doesn't even have to click anything. He just shows up and says, if you come any closer, I will headbutt you and heavy spin into you. That's why in the past 4 minutes, he's just been standing around.
Just the aura. He's aura farming.
Ah, that's what Coach Sung Jin-woo whispered to him. That is the game plan here for Narakorn to secure the sweep. So far, Rise of Raven struggling to gain ground. Prince Sher buying precious time to farm. Murphapai, no. Again, it's really just the Tsunami Slammy stealing. So it's no pressure. Not yet.
Not yet. Oh, you can pull up a Super Frizz and steal the Energy Eruption. We've seen that in the, I think, Mobile Master, or is it M6? I think it's M6.
That was M6.
Yeah, that was M6. Good old 3-man Energy Eruption. Still a moment of beauty.
He can do that still. Rise of Raven contesting.
Final blow. To the back line, looking for the turtle. This time, Mess right on the money. Actually, does go down the Prince Sure, but that's a big combo. Talk about that. Fist crack, fist break, heavy spin. Then Fraser Red slam down. OG67 actually ends up falling. RTZ, pretty durable. One last throw into a headbutt, and that's the brilliance out from Prince Sure. Great taunt by RTZ. And it will be a flicker from Narakorn. SOD does miss, but KOG have a Moskov, and they push down one turret.
Sugar was the missing piece. If Sugar found the SOD, that would have been at least maybe 2 more kills confirmed for KOG. Now Murphapi!
It's a very aggressive from Prince Sure, right? He's 2-0 right now, definitely feeling a lot more better than game number 1. I wouldn't even blame him if he just go for Sky Piercer at one point, so he could pop this targets even faster.
Might be a little too greedy. They're not in a winning position just yet. They barely found a comeback, a good trade post-turtle here. One more look at that fight, and this is the problem. KOG split up too soon. KOG thought that the firepower was enough to distribute between those, and they did so. They made that decision while Mess was dead. Off-camera kill. What was that? A 3v1? Murphapi, that was between the 3 of them.
The flicker up from Prince Sure. OG67 just too far forward. And Narakorn will have to build him up with a heavy spin. So that's another flicker used. RTZ gladly re-engages, but with Sugar around, there's no way forward for Rise of Raven.
Rise of Raven closing the gap here, doing their darndest. Might be able to contest this final turtle spawning in the upper quarter of the map. KOG, this is a slow ramp up for even for Mess, right? Even for Mess, this is pretty slow. I wonder what's going on in the minds of Sugar, because Sugar has owned the lower part of the map. Oh, in comes Yahoo!
It's the steal. Sugar joins the fight with the SOD. He's just free hitting, even though he's in the middle of everyone. With Mesh joining around, and Sugar will be able to get the kill. The actual final blow ends up missing the mark. RTZ is still pretty much alive. Stolen Tsunami and Mupapi with a good retreat using the flicker. So KOG with Sugar's presence gets 2 for 2.
That was a late entry Tsunami Slam stolen away by Murphapi. If only he could have gotten that sooner. If only they started the fight with that and got it on Prince Sure, then this would have been a different story. So this is Rise of Raven growing up and learning right before a Riser, evolving. But just consider, it would have been also just as possible that Sugar got punished. Even I was sweating when he jumped in right in the middle of the fight and was throwing spears point blank. Like, you don't do that as a Moskov. Maybe, I don't know why Rise of Raven didn't bear down on him just as quickly. Like, they could have punished that really hard.
Yeah, like Sugar walked out of that without even having to use the Purify, which is a miracle on its own. He got away with it once, So Rise of Raven, if anything, should pay more attention, right? If Sugar keeps getting away with things like that, with stunts like that, then Rise of Raven are going to eventually lose control of the game. RTZ gets the taunt up, still fairly durable, so KOG will just fall back.
Uh-oh.
Oh, it's a spinning panda. They get the heavy spin and flicker out of him. That is a very, very good initiative right before Lord spawn.
Uh-oh, in comes 0367!
Wow, Sugar goes in point blank again, this time facilitated by his teammates. Rise of Raven just not in the position to punish Sugar. Once more, he gets away with a dangerous play and comes out on top with 2.
Without using the Purify still. What is this man made of? What do they feed him in Thailand? I want some of it. KOG going straight for the Lord here. Chiron escorts a huge wave down bottom. Murphapi!
Don't let him steal the Lord. Not now. This is your best moment. And messes that one up. He did have a level advantage and still loses the Retribution fight. RTZ gets on top of Sugar, but they don't have enough damage to lock him down. Electro Final Blow misses once more. And this Sugar, Spice, and a Pad Thai combination is really keeping KOG in the game.
This is the same situation they went through in game 1, wherein the Fredrin almost single-handedly bullies out anyone in opposition to get a Lord. So the first Lord scored here by Rise of Raven. We seem to be following the same narrative thread as game 1. There was a turning point for Rise of Raven in game 1 too. That's why we went 24 minutes. And then KOG just eventually found another win off of Sugar. So it seems to be going the same direction. Sugar has a Trinity on his way to a Rose Gold Meteor. All this while, 1,000 gold behind. On the way to Holy Crystal is K. That was a close call there. Force a flicker from you.
Yep. No flicker Tsunami Slam for quite a while. RTZ, he's going to put his body right in front of the entirety of KOG just so they could get the structures. Holy Defense bottom will pop the mid one. Very good aggro from the side of KOG. So they keep both top and mid Holy Defense up. Not that it's going to matter too much. It's going down in a minute anyways. But at least KOG didn't really suffer any structural damage to their inhibitors.
KOG, impeccable defense. They understood the resources involved, and they go ahead and protect key parts of the map here. K picks up the Holy Crystal, and this is definitely a bump up in firepower that Rise of Ravens needs. They understand that, hey, physical isn't the problem. It's not the damage profile. Look, we will hurt if we will hurt. And Rise of Ravens slowly marching up. Look at this down bottom. Kyron gets a 2v1 on him.
Yeah. He's going to start running out of there. Good interception from Narakon again. Electro Final Blow used by Kyron. He's going to end up going down. They pin him to the wall, and Sugar gets a mega kill. Title Strike slightly late. They're going to end up grabbing a Panda, which doesn't really matter because he gets rid of it with the heavy spin. And this time, Sugar might have been on one that he can chill. They need him dead, and they will find him. Sugar goes down, but Mess is still around. This beast still pretty terrifying. They locked out RTZ into the wall. One last blast on Murphapi. He gets the kill. Sugar tries to... Not Sugar. Mess tries to turn it around. Ends up going down. So KOG, they somehow should come out on top with 3 kills compared to 2. 0367 should get away.
They disrespected the Harith, and Sugar finally gets caught. That was a long time coming, and he clicked the SOD, dashed into it, into the wrong position. Previously, the reason why he's been getting away with it is because he did it underneath his teammates. There was at least 1 or 2 other members of KOG nearby, but here, he was in no man's land. He was literally all by his lonesome, and that's why it was so easy for Rise of Raven to punish. Now, another Lord spawns, both team's members all in. Chiron just pushing back against 2. I'm looking at Murphapi, man. If Murphapi can find the perfect Tsunami Slam, and if Sugar doesn't go into oh, what's this?
Oh, they jump onto Murphapi, but the Harith and Lunok damage is a bit too much. They grab Chiron. It's a good heavy spin with Mess showing up. They get a 1-for-1 trade. SOD connects. Sugar, don't take it this time. Not when your team isn't there, and finally finds the right timing. A double kill for Mess. Now Lord juicy and up on the table.
Better late than never. Sugar knew that it's what cost him the last time. Click in the dash in at the wrong moment. But wait, oh, even with two missing, Rise of Raven still blitz it. Arsteezy takes it like nothing happened.
Mess just was not there. He went for the recall because he was less than half health. So Rise of Raven made a very good judgment call to give themselves the lead again in this game with that Lord take. We see the double Holy Crystal for the side of Rise of Raven, right? Both Prince Sher and K already has it. Concentrated energy for K, Divine Glaive for Prince Sher. They are going to completely just melt anyone who gets in their sights. Especially Mess right now, who is straight up going full damage. No Queen's Wings yet. It's a grab back into a fist crack. Yuhu gets pinned to the wall. Sugar, but right in his face. Sugar is a madman. Just gets blasted by the synchro fissure. I'm not really sure if that is the pay, but maybe if Best is still alive, he can save the game, and he does, taking down all the core members. And with 0367 around, they are most likely going to hold back the Horde. They did lose the top inhibitor, but at least for KOG, they did their best to keep this game under control, keeping Arteezy underneath the turret. He's taking too much damage, able to dash away in time. Kyren tried to save him, but it's Mess that takes him down with a mega kill. Looking forward into another phase break. Arteezy, once more, stuck by his lonesome. They want to catch up to him. 0367 continues the chase, and Arteezy should get away. End of the day, it's KOG taking control back of the game. There's actually no deficit overall. I think KOG doing a pretty good job with that defense.
Rise of Raven bought time there. If only Arsteezy fought and maybe distracted KOG the wrong way, then that might have turned around, might have been more beneficial to KOG. But no, Arsteezy played very well. Arsteezy is impressive. Arsteezy did the right call and understood the threats involved, how important his role was in that moment.
But Sugar needs to really start watching where he hops in with the SOD. Right now, point blank in the face of K in that fight. That could have been the moment where they lose it all, you know? So KOG really saying a prayer just now to keep themselves in the game. Third Lord on the docket.
It's the same situation. It's off of Sugar. They gotta do it. Natacorn gets caught.
Gonna get grabbed back by the Tsunami Slam. Natacorn trying to use the heavy spin, but too late. Completely loses all his health bar. Meanwhile, Sugar gets into the 1v1 in the bottom lane. They need him here. But sadly for Mess, he can't really get in. Yuhu doing a fantastic job of keeping him away. And then Lord goes over to Arteezy. And now Sugar, he's going to get cornered by two members of the side of KOG. I'm not sure how he's going to play out of it. Multiple fights happening around the map. And sadly, without Sugar's presence, KOG has no chance and no business winning this game. With Papi getting chased back all the way to his fountain. Naracorn up in 10 seconds. But I think 10 seconds is more than enough for the Timor Leste team to bring us to a game number 3. Crystal will crack, and we are going the distance.
Welcome to the Mekong region, where game 3s are all but secured. Rise of Raven have done it. Even with the odds stacked against them, even with the draft dictating that they should have lost once again, because they gave a lot of what King of Gamers wanted, and they draft very similar to game 1, wherein they drop the ball. They still take us to game 3. What else should we have expected? Maybe we shouldn't even make these best of 3s. Maybe we should just say we're always going to 3 games, and whoever wins 2 first wins.
Yeah, I don't know how I don't know how KOG dropped the ball. I think the first thing was that they probably underestimated the power of that Lunox Harif. Sure, they did deal with the Lunox, appropriately in game 1, But this game was very different, right? Lunox and Harif, both complete late game monsters, and we just watched the front lines of KOG get completely destroyed. Like, I understand, you know, Sugar, you're a Moscow, you want to go split push, but you're sometimes your team needs you. And he gets caught up in a 1v1 against a tank Benedetta who has a winter crown. I know he's bidding out more than he can chew. He went like 3-0 and he starts point blank SODing into people's face. So maybe this Moskov is more of a detriment to Sugar than it is a benefit to him.
Looking at the items, it's key for King of Gamers to understand that a majority of the damage from Rise of Ravens is magic. And really, the only member who respected that was Narahorn. 0367 built not a single magic defense item. I don't know if it's because all he wants to do is really catch him with his combo, but you'll see here how quickly he gets taken out. You saw that? You blink and he's gone.
Yeah, I was looking at his heavy spin and I was wondering, like, is he not going to use it? Like the final opportunity to use the heavy spin is the moment the Tsunami Slam grabs you. He has done it once. It's not like he doesn't know the interaction. He has done it once, right? The Tsunami Slam comes out, he presses the heavy spin and it gets rid of the Tsunami Slam. He didn't do it. He waited until he landed on the ground and then he just dropped dead with his body still warm. So a lot of oversight in that last fight. They needed Narahorn to go in, heavy spin people away so that they could get closer to the pit. But with Narahorn dead and Moskov in a 1v2, there was just no way KOG could have won that.
Let's see what kind of miracle these teams come up with in Game 3, the decider in this best of 3. Again, really the only difference between these two teams is the 1 point or the 2 points that you're taking in the group stage in an effort to make it to the playoffs. You're watching the M Challenge Cup for Mekong. His name is Husky, my name is Leo. We're going to go into Game 3 after this break.
見せてやるよ。シャリンガンの本当の力をな。力が湧いてくる。相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
Tôi nói cũng biết này, thời thời buổi đừng cái tin cái gì trên mạng, con hiểu không? Nhưng mà thôi không linh tinh nữa, vào game đi, nhanh, khẩn trương nhá. Ui giời ơi.
Piu piu,
Đỗ Messi,
nuốt 250 của tao không trôi đâu.
tao thích.
Ngày hôm nay nợ máu phải trả bằng nước màu.
Lên đường.
Piu piu,
Đỗ Messi,
piu piu,
Đỗ Messi,
piu piu.
Đỗ Messi. Thôi, ông làm gì làm luôn đi. Đỗ Messi.
Thời này ai còn bem như ngoài đời thật. Muốn giải quyết mâu thuẫn hãy vào Mobile Legends.
Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Piu ơi, lùi đừng 1 2 3, piu đừng piu.
Ok bạn ơi, mà lên, lên lên, tới mana.
Cố lên cho anh ơi. Để giúp anh.
Bạn hết chúng nó đi anh em. Này thì mày quýnh tao này.
Chơi game là phải như thế chứ.
Phải Vinisa, Legend. Bốn anh em mình, Legend.
Vinisa, Legend.
Nhưng mà nhớ giả bạn 250 nhé.
Welcome back. This is the M Challenge Cup for Mekong, and we have the decider match just waiting to happen. It is a KOG threatened to get reverse sweep by Rise of Raven. His name is Husky. My name is Leo, and there really isn't much different between game 1 and 2, except for the fact that the other team won.
Yeah, if Rise of Raven has proven anything, is that the same draft can work. You just need to switch up how you play, or maybe if your opponents switch up how they play. I honestly don't know how that happened. There were some crucial mistakes from KOG that, you know, they didn't really do in game 1 but became a problem in game 2. Maybe it's a case of feeling overconfident. You know, sometimes your gold laner pops off in impossible situations and he feels like he can keep doing it, and then it starts backfiring. Maybe 2R adjusted how they play the draft. They picked the Harriv, which in that late game just blows up everyone. Maybe it's the disrespect of not getting magic resist on your front lines of KOG. A multitude of accumulated issues led us down this path, Leo.
Leon Esports must be watching, saying, what is going on? It was very winnable from multiple angles, and they just had to drop the ball. Leon is ready to punish, and they'll be in action later on tonight, and they'll be closing up against Rise of Ravens too. But for now, we're going to dive back into this best of 3, the decider, game 3 between KOG and Rise of Ravens. Once again, this is the winner of the Thailand qualifier and the winner of the Timor-Leste qualifier coming your way. I assume the draft should switch, no? Wouldn't it be better for King of Gamers if they found a way to kind of affect the draft so it doesn't have to be the same kind of lineup? It doesn't have to be the Kalia, the Fred, the Lunox, the Benedetta. Like, take those things away. Force Chiron to play something else.
Yeah, I think if you are KOG, maybe you should start looking into those drafts, right? Clearly, 2R, regardless of the situation, are willing to go back to the same exact draft, just switching up the gold laner in game number 2. So if you are KOG, you know, you ban out heroes like maybe not the banner. You can even ban a Fredrin, right? You ban a Fredrin, and then you essentially force Rise of Ravens to consider an assassin jungler or a Baksha jungle. But since they are on blue side, they can even take the Baksha away.
And by, you know, stealing away the Baksha, securing it for your lineup, that kind of blocks out several things. I think that might have been the difference maker for KOG earlier on. That's why the Kalia in the hands of Yoo wasn't as effective. That's what made the comeback win in game 2 possible. So yeah, maybe find a way to get that. We're seeing some repeat bans here in the low Yi, but the Badang this time blocked by KOG. They're in the play this time. Do you ban the Kalia, or do you take the Kalia for yourself for KOG?
I think you're KOG. If Kalia... Okay, well now that Baksha is banned out, Kalia moves out in priority. I still think you might want to consider a Fredrin ban. Either that, or you pick Kalia, and then you have someone that just has more than enough damage if the Fredrin gets picked up, right? Like Kalia Barca, Kalia Carry, Harry, Beatrix is a very good Swiss Army knife no matter what state of the game we go. Like Kalia Beatrix is a big classic. You grab someone, you drop a balance rage on top of them. If they don't go down, usually they won't be in a position to fight. I think that would be the way. Right? Like for 2 games in a row, they have prioritized Lucas Valentina, but Valentina is not the longest range hero, and stealing Tsunami Slam isn't always going to give you success. So maybe you increase the range a little bit, like they did with the Kimmy in game 1.
The gold lane is one role that again must be watched out for. That's where the winning brunt of the efforts from Rise of Raven came from in game 2. Yes, the MVP was Arsteezy, but K could single-handedly turn things around. So yeah, another point of contention, another part of the draft these two teams must look out for. Husky, is it just me, or did the coach and the league change for Rise of Raven? Was it Jellybean all this time?
No, I believe it was what's his name? It started with a G.
Yeah.
Funnily enough, it's not even listed on Wikipedia, so I can't tell you what his name is, but it's definitely not Jellybean.
Right? So Jellybean coming in now, taking their time again. This is characteristic of these two teams. From game 1 to game 2, they always took their time, slow rolled the drafts, even if a majority of them were the same, in very much the same order. But the picks came quick. Now, Rise of Raven, there you go, the obvious pick that blue side would have taken if not banned is the Kalia. What does KOG do? This is a early Fredrin. Do they deny the Fredrin from Arsteezy?
Oh, they finally picked the Fanny. Phoveus is open though. Fredrin is open. Phoveus Fredrin doesn't sound too bad.
Finally, we see the Fanny. We were alluding to it all this time, and for the first time in the series, game 3 is where she shows up. Fredrin for 2R. Lunox this early? No, maybe not. Would be too greedy. Harith, though, maybe. There it is.
Yep. Phoveus Harry first, good enough. Since KOG can't pick a Fredrin anyways, unless they want to flex it, which would be very unlikely right now in blue 2 and 3. So Rise of Raven with a decent pick. Whoa, hold on. That is a very early Valir pick.
They're not hiding anything. In the first phase, in Red 2, the Valir shows up, which I reckon should be a mid Valir. Here we see the Jawhead. Yeah, this confirms mid Valir. This is your mid trio for KOG.
What is happening? I know we wanted them to switch it up, but this is a 360-degree shift. They completely threw out the playbook from game 1 and 2 and just decide, you know what? We're going to wear our draft on our sleeve. We're going to reveal our mid trio instantly. And this is a draft that wants to attack, right? Fanny wants to attack. Jawhead wants to attack. 2R going for the Hayabusa, which is what I want to see too. I want to see RCZ on the Assassin Jungler for once.
All right. This should threaten Murphapi, because again, you can purify or you can cleanse with the Vengeance Flames crowd control, but not the kills, the shadow kill. So if RCZ finds you, it's over. Rise of Ravens banning out gold laners this time since they did secure their own in the Harith, taking out the 1-1. I would assume they should take out the Granger next.
I would imagine you could ban the Granger. It's either a Granger or Moskov, right? I personally would think you ban the Moskov because you have a higher Hayabusa. The Granger is a lot more manageable overall. But for KOG, they're gonna ban out the Kimmy.
Yeah, I don't think KOG needed to ban the Kimmy. That feels like a throwaway ban. Yeah, Rise of Ravens ban out the carry. So the Moskov and the Granger are still open. KOG might ban a mid laner here, just one more.
Who do you ban out? Farsa?
Yeah, the heroes that outrange the Valir.
Yeah. Vade has an incredibly tough time against these long range heroes. He just does not have the room to do much if he's up against like a Farsa. Like we have seen that example even in MPL MY. You pick a Valir into a Farsa. In a vacuum, Farsa completely destroys the Valir through sheer range.
Okay, KOG takes out the Matilda instead. So avoid the rope-a-dope that she can provide for the Harith and for the Phoveus. What does Rise of Ravens here pick up? A mid laner? Or do they get the roamer first?
I think you take mid roamer. I was about to say mid laner, but since they already seen the mid laner, they take the roamer.
Yeah. Coach Jellybean seems happy with this. He's confident with his Gatot. Putting it into the hands of Yoo-hoo. So now KOG, they gotta close up their draft here. They still need a gold laner. So we're saying Granger or Moskov. And then an XP laner that does well against the Phoveus. Glue is out here. Glue's open.
Yeah, I think they could go for the Glue too. But they need like a supercharged gold laner. Moskov, I guess, Harith. They take the high lows for themselves in the XP.
No Glue. They're respecting the Faramis.
There it is. The Granger is out.
Okay, they're respecting the Faramis. That's why the Glue wasn't as clean of a pick. So now, what does Rise of Raven put into the hands of Prince Sher? Is it going to be a Lunox still? Are you going to Lunox again, Prince Sher?
I would be shocked.
Yes!
Not really shocked.
Sure. If there's only a few things that you're sure about when you're watching the M Challenge Cup is the Game 3 and Prince Sher playing Lunox.
Yep. They lost game 1, still play Lunox. They won the game, and now it's back to Lunox for the most important game in this series. Of course, if they win, they will get 2 points. And then, they still need to win the next series. But, hey, starting off with a win is always good when you are in a single round robin format. Here are the draft lineup. KOG really wearing their hearts on their sleeves with this draft, especially with the mid-trio opening. Whereas for Rise of Raven, they shake things up a little bit, but the core of Lunox Harith is still there.
I am curious to see how the change in jungler will affect Rise of Raven's playstyle, because there's a stark difference between a Fredrin and a Hayabusa. They provide two very different things, and the lack of a Kalia, the lack of the mid of the split lane push by the Benedetta should change how Chiron approaches this. I don't know whose game this is, Husky. I can't call it. I just can't.
I can't either. I think you need to toss the coin. You leave it up to the air. Maybe we will find out who has the better draft like 15 minutes into the game, right? Because we've been getting our predictions wrong so far. All the teams that we thought are gonna win, or the draft we thought are gonna win, have somehow lost the game in the late game. So this time, I think I will just let the teams play it out and see who wins.
Husky, we just don't know Mekong MLBB. That's just the truth of the matter.
We don't. This is a foreign. It's a foreign region to us. It's a foreign system.
We are tourists here, and we are getting schooled in the intricate art of Mekong MLBB. Welcome to Game 3, the decider between KOG and Rise of Ravens. I'm excited to see how this Fanny goes. Where she's starting. All right, so orange start for Mess here on the Fanny, while there's a quick leash for Arsteezy.
So it's going to be a parallel jungling. They both will end up on the top side of the map. And because of that leash, Mesh kept out. What a good leash. This is the kind of leash I want as a jungler.
0367 doing God's work. Accelerating the rotational speed of Mess here. This is a quick fight breaking out.
Little for the Timor-Leste representative. Doesn't result in anything yet. I am looking at the Fanny, like for Mess. Where do you go at level 4? Because I know where RTZ is going. He's gonna steal the lizard, hit level 4, and maybe hit the top lane for potential first blood.
And this is dangerous because there's no one to protect him there. The Jawhead isn't very good at protecting. And here he gets, intercepted.
Okay, Shadow Kill, the flicker. Actually, the burden being shared, but not enough. So first blood indeed goes over to RTZ.
Read that like a book. So even if we do not understand the Mekong MLBB, at least we know these little interactions, you know. This gives me solace. I feel relieved that maybe some of the calls we make still make sense.
Hayabusa getting ahead in the early game is always a nightmare to deal with. Mess and attempt onto RTZ's life, but he's just dancing around him with the shadows. Obviously, they will
Still
be
waiting
looking for the level 5.
For Mess to do something. The Fanny is a very specific kind of weapon. She has great strength. It's just how you use them is up to you.
Turtle actually stole it away by Mess. So that's something that they can be happy about.
I think it's less of a matter of it getting stolen away and just Rise of Ravens not paying attention to the blitz. Oh, there's an ejector.
As a toss, revitalized out for Yoo-Hoo, and pretty sure finds the kill on this Jawhead. The fire is pretty deadly, but not enough, and now a shadow kill. It's gonna be whoa! Gets stunned up at the very end. RCZ not able to collect the kill.
Perfect timing on clicking the shadow out. RCZ could have gotten blasted there by the turret. Split second reactions. Keeping the kill score for KOG still at 0. But very close when it comes to economy, given how that turtle benefited KOG in the long run. There's barely any gold between these two teams. Looking at the gold lane, that is Sugar now getting double lane benefits. Can K do the same? Because K is staying the course here. Mess, giving him a visit.
As long as he doesn't go down, it'll be good. Great taunt from Yoo-Hoo. Disrespect from Mess punished. AOG turn up, pretty sure just dives the ban. Murfapi is now out. Another great taunt from Yoo-Hoo, and this one delivered into the pockets of RTZ. 3 for 2R.
This is going sideways real quick for KOG. And to think it's them who changed up their strat. To think it's them who adjusted their draft. Once again, a look. There was no reason for Mess to go in that deep. There was very little follow through. Not much of a plan. Not even an outline of what to do step by step to get that kill. Even if there was no taunt from Yoo-Hoo, K was going to survive. There was still damage reduction there. He could have dropped the Zaman Force and get shields. This is a tough call for KOG.
Yeah. Like, Fanny is a strong hero, but I think we did talk about her a little bit. She's a very specific weapon, like you said, and it's a higher downtime due to recent number reduction. Great taunt on the Prince Shur as he comes up with the Brilliance. He goes down, gunned down by Sugar. Now Yoo-Hoo is going to be next on the hit list. Here comes Mess, tries to get the turtle away, but RTZ will get it this time.
So RTZ being a level up, a full level up away from Mess made the difference. You see that Mess tried. Mess did click the retribution there, but came up short. 0367 here, walks into the bush.
Tries to hug the wall, but K will give him a hug instead. One last dash. Wait, the attack didn't come true. 0367 get away, and now will be executed. Mess comes in for the collection as 2 kills for KOG. He still ends up going down to the lethal initiation and I believe glowing 1. RTZ comes in for his own pick off, so that would be 2 for 2.
Eventually, still a beneficial trade for Rise of Ravens. The fact that they did not keep tabs on RTZ meant that KOG, they were counting off. Their math was wrong. Ejector on a Chiron.
Oh man, if Sugar goes down, 0367 is going to have a big conversation with Sugar, but thankfully he didn't. That toss was very ambitious. They didn't have enough to...
This is a difficult situation to play out of as KOG. You're playing with a roam Jawhead. Jawhead on the defense isn't exactly where he wants to be. You're uncomfortable at worst with a Jawhead on the defense. And is this right? Husky is playing with Dire. No, that's not Dire. That's Encourage. He's playing with Encourage boots instead of Conceal.
Huh? Yeah. Yes.
That is a thigh Jawhead.
It's just want some raw damage, I guess, and raw stats. You know, you just brute force, just beat him with brute force.
Well, forget an entry. We'll just kill him.
I already have unstoppable force and flicker, right? Maybe that's the way. Comes the shadow kill. Very good by RCZ, taking down Murpapi, so no more Valir in the fight. And sadly, Mess does not have a way in.
So 0367 watching the north of this brush. I don't think they're aware of it. Still, the turtle goes over to Rise of Raven. And 0367 gets out of there. That was dangerous.
Incredibly dangerous. And this draft is falling apart for KOG. They're missing all the windows. And unfortunately for them, even if this game goes ultra late, they don't really have enough damage as compared to Rise of Raven. And Fanny Mess needs to be careful of so many things. Like the Phoebus alone is enough to stop her. Not to mention you have to deal with big burst damage from K and Pretty Sure. You have Yoo-Hoo to worry about. So KOG, they have to really think hard and find something on the map.
Here I was thinking that Chiron would be out of his element. Here I was thinking, oh, you take away the Benedetta, you put him on a Phobius, the game changes completely. No, if anything, he's more comfortable. Like, for the first time in this series, he doesn't have to worry about the long lane. He literally just wants to join fights now. So, compared to KOG, who are struggling to make things work, I'm surprised and honestly happy for Rise of Ravens that they're showing us a new aspect, a new side of their gameplay.
And a more cleaner one too. A bit of it is a byproduct of KOG just having a draft that is disgustingly tough to execute, and they're not hitting the right buttons. You know, that they're not ticking things off the checklist. But with Rise of Raven so far ahead, it only exacerbates the problem. Shadow Kill was actually used, forces out a flicker from 0367. Mess still wants to wait there, but there's no target that he can reliably solo kill anyways.
Yeah, Arsteezy took that 2v1. 0367 and Mess versus the lone Hayabusa. And to think Arsteezy got away with it. Understandable given that there is about 1,500 gold between him and the Fanny. Lord spawns now, upper quarter. I wonder if KOG can contest here. Chiron very low.
Sure goes down without using any of his abilities, and Yoo-Hoo also gets blasted by the fire, and now Sugar will move on forward. K gets executed, a double kill for the side of the Granger, and sadly for RCZ, this is just no man's land, and Lord up on table for KOG.
Up in the air. Suddenly the game changes. The coin flip comeback from out of nowhere. Very uncharacteristic for Rise of Ravens to suddenly just lose a trade like that. 2 free kills from out of thin air going over to KOG, and that means they get a free Lord. What is the word in Thai for confused? That's what I am right now.
Hold on, Google Translate.
Prince Shur gets picked off. all the more.
Just disappears.
Change the translation, Husky. Go to very confused.
Very confused. All right, very confused is. Hold on, we might even need a stronger word than confused, because right now they got another toss. That is going to be a AOG out. Okay, here it comes.
I wait with bated breath.
Subson Mark. It's very confused.
Subson Mark. That is literally KOG calling out to Rise of Raven, because even they seem to be surprised and they bolt into action here. Suddenly, look at this, the map is blue. Previously down about 2,000, 3,000 gold, KOG are now in control. Rise of Raven, this seems to be a whole new set of players, like 5 new players out of Timor-Leste, picking up phones previously played by Chiron, Arstezi, sure, Yuhu and K, and look at this, they're losing!
Oh my goodness, Yuhu just disappears. They picked off Chiron, but that is it, right? They lose Mess. So at least Rise of Raven got something back. But I agree with you. At a drop of the coin, suddenly this map control given over to KOG, and it felt like Timor-Leste team has lost their direction in this game. This is ridiculous. I don't know how this happened in the first place.
I'm pretty sure this goes beyond just the standard ebb and flow of an MLBB game. So analytics and strats out the door. This is more of Rise of Raven just really dropping the ball here, making huge mistakes, getting punished by KOG. Even they feel like they're picking up from Christmas in June. Like, this isn't right. Like, I'm receiving a gift I wasn't expecting. It's not even my birthday. What is this?
Sugar once more on this Granger is incredibly comfortable. 6-0-2. Game 1, he rocked the Granger. Game 2, he rocked Game 1, he rocked the Kimmy. Game 2, he rocked the Moskov. Game 3, the Granger. I guess if you take away the ability for him to jump straight into the middle of 4 people, he plays at a pretty safe range, and he's landing his shots. And that's what matters when you're a Granger.
Impressive, given that he only really has one reliable frontliner in Narakorn. KOG 0367, he's not exactly a frontliner, you know, nor is the rest of the lineup. So it's really Narakorn who's buying time and protecting Sugar to put him in this situation. Again, if some way somehow KOG win, which is looking likely the case, we're looking at Sugar as the MVP.
This is another Lord that got completely blitzed down. KOG really holding no prisoners this time. Arstezi shows himself, but he has reached a point where Arstezi, if he wants to find someone in the backline and one-shot them with his full combo, it is not as easy as it was around 5 minutes ago.
Arstezi struggling to even get his own purple. Forget about a orange. Forget about a recent buff. Oh wait, he walks into that brush. What?
And the Shadow Q does come out. Good flicker. Artezi now has no shadow. Good toss into a stun Mess. Picks up the kill onto Prince Sure before he goes down. Now Sugar shows up and finds himself a godlike streak. 2 more left to life for Rise of Raven, just as the Lord is barreling down the bottom lane. It's up to Kiran and Kate.
Against 4 members and a Lord from KOG. This is going sideways. The Timorese might be looking down a win. 2 points, I can smell it.
They withered it down for K, but K is just running into gunfire. And the smokes from the barrels and the chambers of Burpapi, of Sugar, more than enough. This game going over to the side of KOG as they complete a game which felt like it was never in the control with this draft. Congratulations, it's 2-1 for the Thais.
Close. The Timorese smelt victory. It was theirs the whole first half. Nay, the whole first 2/3. But all they get is a taste. 1 point. At the end of the day, it is a KOG moving up. And what is the math again, Husky? They just need to win 1 game.
The one game would put them at 3. and there's a chance for second place, but to guarantee 4 points go.
All right. And confirmed it's Sugar who scores the MVP win here. King of gamers, making all of Thailand proud. This is their last chance to actually make it to MSC via the wildcards. And this was a very fast game, 14 minutes. Impressive. Where did the turnaround happen? Around 10? Around 11?
Yeah, it is a game that imploded on itself, right? Like it is straight up just it went from a game where, you know, KOG were on a deficit with a draft that didn't seem that it was clicking, and then all of a sudden they just started finding picks after picks after picks, and the game just spiraled out of control for Rise of Raven. It is so weird. Like RCZ was 4-0 here, like K is farming well, you got a Holy Crystal, and then just like that the game went extremely bad and they couldn't recover.
I'll tell you now, this is the equivalent of Rise of Raven just putting their phones down. They might as well have just, you know, because they were fighting so well. They were playing very well, but I bet even KOG is wondering. Even KOG is surprised with how quickly and how well they came back and scored the win.
Yeah, like even this last moment, right? Like a Hayabusa face checking a bush and, you know, had a chance to run away, but sadly the Jawhead just follows you to the ends of the earth. So many events that happened in this game that felt like, you know, if you are Rise of Raven, you're kicking yourself right now for dropping the ball that hard. But they still have one more chance. They still have one more best of 3 to go. It seems like we're back in the same situation like yesterday for that Nightmare Esports had to go through, where they lost 1-2. A sweep is the best way for them to secure a playoff slot. If not, they gotta at least win the series.
All right. We are going to a quick break, ladies and gentlemen. We'll update the points when we come back. But for now, congratulations to KOG, King of Gamers Club from Thailand. Rise of Raven, back to the drawing board for them. Up next, we'll see Leon Esports in action. His name is Husky. My name is Leo. You're watching the M Challenge Cup for Mekong. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the M Challenge Cup for Mekong. We are right in the middle of the broadcast. We got the second BO3 coming your way. In case you missed it, it was King of Gamers who suddenly and unexpectedly clapped back to secure Game 3 and score 2 points, with Rise of Ravens walking away with 1. His name is Husky. My name is Leo. We are witnessing Leon Esports in action. Husky, what are we expecting?
I expect, excuse me, that KOG, continues how they have played the game. They've shown us very different play styles. And I hope that Leon Esports, because they've been here last year, I hope that Leon Esports, show us some improvements, show us their own flair. Because they have been watching the previous series. They have seen that KOG has some pretty big loopholes. So if Leon Esports, can formulate a plan, deal with KOG, and get a clean sweep, they are almost guaranteed to make it to the wild cards.
Leon Esports has all of the benefits, the advantages to make it that much closer to taking home 3 Gs, baby, and to get that slot to the MSC wildcard. But first things first, it's a step towards securing the playoffs. Actually, doing the math now, Husky, I think if they swept here and now, if they win this series with the sweep, they would at least be top 2. Like, no question, you would be top 2.
Yeah, because yesterday we had the same predicament, right? Where the first series ended 3 games, and then all you needed to do was to get 3 points. So I agree. I think for Leon, the job is slightly easier, providing they get a sweep. If not, if KOG gets another win, I think it also will put them in a very comfortable position. Of course, 4 points is the best way to guarantee that you make it. But since it is Leon Esports' first series, a clean sweep would put them in the top 4.
And here's a quick look at the leaderboards. The points scored for teams to secure the playoff spot. Again, lowest scorer in the group will not make it to the next stage. And a quick reminder, our tiebreakers fall down to, besides these scores here, is the accumulated game time played. So the shorter time you played, the higher your placing and ranking through the tiebreakers are. So, again, I'm going to say it again, Leon Esports has all the benefits. Because if you'll remember, there was a game that KOG and Rise of Raven played that went up to 24 minutes.
Yep. So again, it tests how good a team is in closing out the game, right? You can get all the lead you want, but if you can't close out the game, then it really doesn't matter. So in this case, hopefully for the side of Leon Esports, they take that into account, and they make sure that they close up shop as soon as possible.
Yep. So the draft will be upon us soon, and of course the player entrances. I am excited to see the aura, the mental state, the physical presence of Leon Esports, given that they are quite the powerhouse coming in from Laos. They were number 1. If y'all enjoyed the gameplay from Nightmare last night, best believe you should enjoy the gameplay from Leon more, because Leon was the winner of that qualifier.
Yeah, can't wait to see what they have cooked up though on the side of KOG specifically. If they can just instantly show us a Jawhead Fanny Valir on blue side in the first 3 picks, I wouldn't be surprised if they pull out something, from their magic hat if this game ever goes game 3 again.
Yep. So now we see the ping test. We have Leon Esports in the flesh, live from our venue in Ho Chi Minh City in Vietnam. So they did have to travel to compete in the M Challenge Cup for Mekong. Husky, how you liking that color scheme? It's quite the acquired taste. It's purple and what is that, teal?
Teal, yeah, / turquoise. I actually like it. I think it's a very unique color combination. The only other jersey I've seen that uses, I think the teal turquoise tone is the Twisted Smiles jersey from last year. I'm not really sure if it's the same as the ones that we had for MPLPH. I don't think it's the exact same, but they had a baseball themed jersey for their other game titles. and that one was really cool. So I like it. I like I like Leon Esports jersey theme. If anyone's listening out there, if you can hook me up with one, I will pay for delivery. Right? I want that jersey.
Hey, we share a name, Leon Esports. And if Husky likes the color scheme, I love the color scheme. And yeah, I don't think it's the same as Twisted Minds because Twisted Minds is pink, no? Isn't Twisted Minds teal and pink? This is purple.
Yeah. The one I have from Twisted Minds was like a very baseball theme, baseball theme wear. So it's like teal and then with black stripes, right? Like a baseball jersey. But I seen the one with the pink one as well. And it's a very I like it, because it's split down the middle, right? It's a half. It's a very eye-catching, very contrasting to the name, like Leon Esports. Like I'm so used to seeing a lot of the local Malaysian teams, they would pick team names that have some ferocious tone to it, Leon, Lion, Tiger, and then the color is always red and black. But this one, it has a very calming tone to it.
It's very soothing, very cool theme to it. So we see here, once again, returning to the podium, King of Gamers Club. This is the Thai squad going up against the Laotian squad. Some veterans here, some names you might remember from previous outings would be Juviana. Juviana has played previously for a Nightmare, but now he is a part of Leon, and he led that squad to a winning Laos qualifier. So again, that is impressive in itself. You leave your old team, your older team, because Nightmare is an OG in the Mekong esports scene, and then you lead Leon Esports to a #1 finish.
Yeah, #1 finish, and if you make it to, if they get second place, actually they will end up facing Nightmare Esports in top 4, right, in the first best of 5, which in of itself is going to be another historical moment. So I'm really looking forward to see what Leon Esports has to show in this game. As much as this region isn't as huge as the ones that we come from, there's still some storylines going on.
A lot of athletes worth watching and following through the years. Again, Juviana has been part of the MLBB Esports ecosystem as far back as 2022. So this might as well be his 3rd or 4th year playing professionally. And he is one of the icons of that country and this region. So my eyes are going to be on him, definitely. Especially since the XP lane is a role that seems to be one that escapes King of Gamers. If you remember, King of Gamers Club, they had to deal with Sharon playing the Benedetta. I don't think Juviana doesn't have a Benedetta. If I remember correctly, Juviana plays a mean Benedetta.
And so far, we see from Narakorn, he has been gravitating to this big tanky frontliners. Gatokacha and Halos were the only 2 heroes that we saw from him in the previous best of 3. I wonder if Juviana is gonna have another hero that kind of puts Narakorn to the test. I don't think he has been truly tested yet. Even in games that he lost, he has really put up some pretty good performance with the hero that he's given. I want to see him getting pushed a bit more.
Here we are going into the draft, but first let's introduce our players on your screens right now. The athletes playing for the pride of Thailand. This is King of Gamers Club. It's a shame I don't speak any Thai, like very limited vocabulary for me.
Yeah, me neither. I have a friend who is half Thai, but the one thing I've learned is that what was the term again? I think the term for meat, or no, the term for pork is mu. That's why it's called mukata. So that's one word that I've learned.
That is counterproductive. That is counterintuitive. calling meat moo, assuming everything is beef. But regardless, there you are. Once again, a reintroduction to Leon Esports. We'll be going to the draft very, very soon. Some key things to remember about the Mekong region is they really like their utility junglers. Is it just me, or like all of the teams in the M Challenge Cup so far have a preference for the Bakshas, the Fredrins, and when they bring out the assassins is when it goes sideways.
I think they probably will lean back to utility junglers again. Well, at least for KOG, they have been really liking the Lucas. Seems like as long as Lucas is open, Mess is gonna play the Lucas no matter what. And they have shown that the willingness to take Lucas, Valentina, if they can, as a combo. We only saw like one assassin pick the entire series just now, which was RTZ's Hayabusa. Got a good lead but lost the game. Maybe that's how the Mekong team rolls. Actually, at least that's how the Group B team rolls, right? Very utility jungle based.
So Group B is building an identity of their own, and one thing similar with Group A is they really like their game threes. So let's see if Leon Esports will change that dynamic. If Leon Esports can show us that they can play clean, that is what Nightmare did previously. Nightmare was the one who swept in Series 2 yesterday. So we'll see if we follow through on that story, on that narrative thread, and where this puts Rise of Ravens. Can you imagine, Husky, how Rise of Ravens feels right now? The anticipation, the suspense, the worry, the anxiety they have to deal with watching these two and seeing how many points they need to score to be able to even qualify.
Yeah, like for them, if in the event that KOG wins, they need KOG to sweep Leon Esports so that they themselves have a better chance in the later series against Leon. As if Leon Esports even get a single point, then it comes down to a do or die, right? And you have to win the series regardless. If not, then there is at least a leeway for you to win 2-1 and still have more points overall. So Rise of Raven, they have time to think about this and let's see if this one drags out to game 3. We're gonna start with the first one, of course. KOG have revealed like their playstyle, their identity. Let's see what Leon Esports' identity is.
Leon Esports with Coach Trecartista at the lead has to answer the Coach Song Jin Woo of KOG. Leon on the play. So Leon debuting strong here from the dominant position in the draft from blue side. Banning out the Badang. Taking it away from 0367.
Do you prefer blue side or red side? Like right now, Leo? Because I personally feel like red side is a slightly more powerful position to be in with how flexible the hero pool and the drafting is.
I still prefer blue side. Being in blue allows for you to set up those power trades, allow for you to set up that blue 1 pick, and that's still very powerful for me. Like, that's one of the few ways you actually get a Kalia in the current meta game. So red side teams, the teams that prefer red side, have gone and discovered a way to make the first red 2 swing work and to make that red 5 pick worth it. But I personally just like starting strong. I don't like reacting.
Yeah, I guess we're the complete opposite because I'm more of a red side guy. I have certain favors towards blue side, towards first pick, because like you said, I want power picks too. But I just find the reaction, the reactory, drafting style slightly more favorable, just because I have way to force a strong opening in red 1 and 2, but then also I have the last pick for a gotcha pick, and then I have red 3, which I potentially can ban out 2 heroes and pick the 4th one that also benefits me. For me, it's an acquired taste, right? I don't like taking the first one, but I like waiting to see what is out there before I make a choice.
And the choice for Leon is to ban out 2 mid laners in the Kimi and the Zushin, while KOG just ban out good stuff, basically. The Chip, the Fanny, and still left out there, the Baksha, the Lo Yi, the Kalia, The Lucas? Well, no, they don't want to ban Lucas because they like to pick it. There's a world where they go Lucas Valentina.
Mm-hmm. They can do that again, like they did in game 1 against Rise of Raven, right? Red 1 and 2, Lucas Valentina. We've seen them do the Harif opening 2. Let's see, they banned a Kalea, which was a hot commodity. We haven't seen Joy the entire series. Baksha now gets picked up by Leon. Let's see if KOG will stick to the same exact composition.
Yeah. The lack of Joy is explained by their preference again for utility junglers. She is, one of the most assassiny junglers. She just doesn't do good when she's behind. She is difficult to wield when you're running out of farm, when you can't rotate quickly. So I understand why they shy away from the Joy, not even banning it. KOG answer with an early Gatot. Oh, okay.
Oh.
It's not a corn special. And what? More Fappy, what?
A Gatot into a straight up Valir? Like the Gatot itself is already like a willingness to pick yourself into a counter, but I guess they instantly introduced a solution to it. We've seen the Valir, like Valir is really good at peeling, big anti-dive hero, decent against the Baksha, but I'm not really sure if it's good enough now that there's a Joy and a Granger, so Leon really covering a lot of the bases.
Asking you shall receive, Husky. Leon can hear us all the way from Kuala Lumpur, Manila, all the way to Ho Chi Minh. Where's the Joy? Leon says, we got you, fam. So we confirm that this Baksha is going nowhere but the XP or the Roam. And now KOG close up the draft with a Granger, with a Hyreth to answer the Granger. So the only hero really that's out of position here, out of the draft order to me, is the Valir. Like, I get the Gatot, but the early Valir, like that's an acquired taste for KOG. Again, very early in the draft.
Yeah, at least I got the Harif late game insurance, right? We see the Harif Granger classic matchup. X-Borg ban. What is this X-Borg ban trying to do?
They are telegraphing a utility jungler. You don't like the X-Borg when you're playing a utility jungle lineup. It just hurts. And Leon watched Coach Trecartista look into the eyes of Coach Song Jin-woo. Ain't no solo leveling here, sir. You can't play your Lucas.
So, I guess we might be seeing a Fredrin again for KOG, although I mean, still not the worst pick. No, he's good against the Joy. You have a massive front line with the Fredrin Gatot. The Parsar banned out to eliminate these long-range artilleries, which KOG struggles to deal with, except with the AOG. Hayabusa also banned by Leon. I think KOG needs someone else to frontline, right? Like Gatot cannot be the only one. Maybe like a high loss, like the Phobius is still open. There we go. That's the Phobius.
All right, I think that's a complete enough front line for KOG. Not that they'll need any more because, again, we're also assuming that they are going to get a utility jungler. Leon now need a mid laner to answer to the Valir. Farsa, do they Eve? Do they Green? Do they Vexana? No reason going Val.
Vex, unless they want Eve. I hope to God not a Lunox again. I don't think they will.
Yeah, that's a Rise of Ravens thing.
Yeah, there we go. That's the Eve.
And the glue for Juviana. If there's anything that they're afraid of from a KOG side, is of course the Valir. Gets rid of the glulings very easily when he goes spread. But as well as the Vengeance Flames. Vengeance Flames purifies the glue stacks. So It's very difficult to catch him.
Another Suyo comes out for KOG.
I don't think this is a very Suyoable lineup. KOG are really playing with fire here, and not just because they have a Valir. I'm saying this is risky. This is risky because there's a lot of magic damage coming from Leon Esports. They got the Joy, they got the Eve. Those two alone are already red flags for Suyo to run into.
Yeah, I think you know Mess has to play legitimately one of the best Suyo games he has ever played, and the timing has to be impeccable. Like you say, the amount of magic damage that Leon Esports possess is enough to deter him from making moves. Right, like he gets caught by any crowd control, he is going to evaporate. So let's see, I mean, KOG, they are coming in with almost the same archetype of draft. They still prioritize the Valir after finding success with him, but this is the first time they bring out the Suyo and not the Lucas. So it's a hard to execute draft, but we said that about them just now and they pull it off.
But Husky, we have to acknowledge the fact that those came from their opponent's blunders. Let's see how clean Leon Esports can take this. Again, they are #1 seed out of the Laos qualifiers. They beat Nightmare Esports. And if Nightmare Esports are capable of sweeps in their group, Leon should be too, all the more. Game 1 coming your way. This is the second best of 3 in tonight's broadcast of the M Challenge Cup for Mekong Season 5. I'm excited. I don't know. Is it just me or I'm anticipating Leon Esports' comeback? Because we saw Nightmare. Nightmare plays good. Nightmare plays clean. But what about Leon?
5 seconds till the enemy
If they come from the same region, then I would expect some degree of similarity, some degree of gameplay. So let's send the game number 1, Leon Esports, blue side, KOG on the red side.
So some observations here. Leon Water building that Joy the old-fashioned way, putting a temporal rain on it. And Juviana has, instead of Concussive Blast, Brave Smite. So, you know, ultimate sustainability on his glue. I wonder how different Mess is going to use this Suyo. It's his first time with the Suyo on broadcast.
Yeah. His speed should almost be on par with the Joy. Water did get some degree of leash. Again, mid prio given over the KOG for now. Like Valir clear thanks to the recent adjustments. Now get the cooldown refresh every time your firebolt hits a minion instead of just triggering on hero. Just empowers his wave clear even more.
But honestly, the real threat for Murphapi is his short range, you know? In comes Water, forcing to revitalize from 0367.
Mess with the Blaze Surge, couple of hits. Soul Sever damage not enough for now. But it does force Agi back. They would have wished that they got the flicker out of the Yi, but it is still fine. At least they force him to take the recall. Now, ideally, you want to hard shove this wave and crash it, but they've already missed the timing. Valet isn't really the best hero to do that. So the Yi actually doesn't miss out anything.
So it looks like order business would be to get level 4 on the key heroes who will be part of the turtle fight. And now we've seen the minimap slowly. The gold lane is a stalemate, while teams just circle around the major objective now.
KOG having control, possession of the objective. The Phobius Narcorn is going to try and zone them out. Good retribution by Mess, gets the objective. Here comes the AOG, and the Blazers re-engaged. RWM as a response from Agi as Narcom still survives enough for Mess to get the first blood before he ends up going down. It's a 1-for-1 thus far. KOG disengaged.
That was an unfortunate situation for Leon. They trade kills, they lose out on the turtle, and I think that is only because the perfect entry. As a Joy, you kind of want to come in not early, not late, but at the right time. You want to be able to, when you're going to be dashing through a majority of heroes, and that just wasn't the case here. So he's down about 200 gold, 300 gold away from Mess. I wonder where else he can find a kill. Not against the Phovius, not against Natacorn. Maybe it's time to go give Sugar a visit?
Sugar or Murtapapi, I guess. Super Nemo is gonna get run down. KOG utilizing the strength of this Valir. Murtapapi gets jumped on, forced the flicker, push Waters away, but a flicker fall from Juviana will secure the kill anyways. Now Mess is the next on the menu as he will escape. Sugar loses the Zaman Force, but has a Chrono Dash. 0367 playing a dangerous recall and gets back to base.
So far, another trade. The only real silver lining here for Leon is the fact that the deaths are all on Super Nemo. Super Nemo is the only one that died, and he can afford to do that. He's a roamer. All this while, KOG conceded a kill over to Murtapapi, a kill over to Natacorn, and those are key role players. Those are heroes that you need to be on the up and up throughout the early to mid to help secure your core's farm. So Leon now have a second chance at getting the turtle, same spot, upper quarter. Best believe Water will try and get that perfect entry. That's why they're leaving that small camp up top to get those stacks in.
Try to jump Juviana. Not the smartest thing to do. He can man fight this forever. Super Nemo around finally rolls into a ton of the Gato Kacha. Tethers's Poissons even gets dropped. He wants to just buy a bit of time, but still in the end, Mess finds the turtle. AOG also committed. I think if you are Leon, you're gonna start backing off. Agi's gonna get chased down. That Blaze Surge is being charged up. As Agi was able to buy enough distance, the electrifying beat gets used. Now there's a chance for an RWM turnaround. Murtapapi gets caught and finally goes down to Super Era's gunshots. A good 3-man Dark Wave into another re-engage, this time with Sugar joining the fray. And Sasuke finds a double kill in the backline. Juviana does end up taking down 0367, but that's all she wrote. A 54 from Sugar will secure his fate. 4 for KOG.
Leon Esports, the nature of their lineup demands way too much and, in effect, gets them too slow to enter a fight. Water needs the stacks on the electrifying beats to be unlocked for him to deal maximum damage. Juviana needs stacks on his grab to be able to change the way KOG moves, to hold hostage one hero. Agi needs to time his real manipulation perfectly. That last fight, he only brought it out and effectively only stopped one hero from escaping. It's a difficult situation to be Leon right now.
Even for, and on top of that, KOG, very low committal draft, right? They have very low cooldowns. They can keep on fighting if they want. No low cooldown on the fireballs, all cooldown in front of pursuit. Suyo also, right now 4-0-1. If Leon wants to fight, they really have to pick the fights properly. Want to defend this bottom tier 1, which doesn't seem possible. Mess will get away from that. So another objective given over to KOG.
KOG owning the top, owning the bottom, and looking at the way the economy's going, they might as well take this turtle here 100% so far. Going over to the Thai squad. Yeah, Juviana alone is the one who's most confident, gets the grab.
0367 finally ends up going down. Natacorn is the next up on the menu to use the Infernal Pursuit to gain some health back. Just keep yourself alive as long as possible, but they don't have the damage to follow up. So that's 2 down for KOG.
Alright, without those 2 pickoffs, Leon wouldn't have been able to contest, but wait! Mess with the steal!
What was that?
He tried to steal. That's exactly what that was.
A for effort, but a failing grade for the result. Didn't get the steal, lost his life. And everything that KOG has worked out for, now they have lost a chunk of it, giving over the objective, and Mess getting shut down too. He was 4-0 before his death. So that's a network swing going over to Dion.
Good amount of money going over to the Laotian squad. Now the slow roll to conversion. Super Era pushes this top lane. I think next in priority should be Leon. To contest for this Lord coming up if there's a long lane advantage.
I think, you know, for KOG, once more they have they have the tendency to drop the ball when they logically shouldn't, right? Again, they have a draft, very low committal, very low cooldown. all it requires from them is to fight in a formation, to fight when they are ready, and not go in one by one. It is a team game after all, but with no more lead, now it gets a bit more complicated. Leon Esports can start walking up with the help of Juviana and Super Nemo.
30 seconds till the Lord spawns. KOG taking it slow here. Not exactly picking a fight they're not ready for. And there is the equalization down bottom. Water pushes that tier 1 in the gold lane. Sugar's doing great. Again, we've proven that in the first series, Sugar's a reliable gold laner. So when you get into a fight, best believe, oh, Mess commits.
Not really sure if you want to commit to the glue of all people, but they did bring him down to 50% health. As the Lord now spawns, Mess will take care of the bottom wave as Sugar joins up with his support with 0367. They do see this Joy pass by as Leon Esports looks to blitz down the Lord. That electrifying beast is so early. Here comes the AOG. Unfortunately for Leon, they're boxed into the Lord pit, but the RWM is great this time. 1-for-1 trade so far. Juviana sticking onto the right target and brings him right on top of Sugar, who gets sandwiched. Mess still ends up walking away with a couple of kills on his own. A double kill that he has found. Murpapi against Super Era, but the gun is stronger in this case. Triple kill for Super Era.
Super Era feeling ultra. Amazing work by Leon. That was a close call. Again, look at Water here. Max range retribution. And he thought he could get away. But the fact that he pulled the trigger too soon on the electrifying beats means there's nothing he can do to punish all the heroes in that small area. And he fell that quickly to Mess. So Mess made up for it, but just the same, it already happened. They already lost the Lord. They conceded a lot of kills over to Leon, and Super Era is super farmed up.
Yes, I think it's the wrong move to commit onto a glue like that. They need to select a different target. Glue is definitely not it. They don't have the damage to burst out the glue unless Sugar and Mess have full slotted items. And Murpapi, he doesn't have burst, he is damaged over time. And it is not the... And against the glue, sure, it works. You take care of the globules very fast, but the time that it takes to take him out is just way too long. And it even now allows Juviana to start sticking onto the front lines of KOG and drag them out of position.
Now Leon in control. The Laotian squad feeling themselves up by about 2,000 gold. They made some leeway with that Lord they scored. Again, bottom lane tier 2 has been taken out. This next Lord, the Lord coming in a minute, this should be the game changer. This should be the Lord that dictates who eventually will score the win here. I don't see KOG picking any fights that involve Juviana. Like, I think they should have learned their lesson, no? That if they see Juviana, that should not be it.
Yeah, like both Yogatot and Fovis doesn't want to deal with him. They are very vulnerable to Juviana. The Turtles poison used by Super Nemo very prematurely. Not really sure if that was needed, but it will be back up for the next Lord, spawning in the top quarter of the map. Good news for KOG, their mid tier 1 is still up.
What is 0367 doing? You see this? He's camping over at the purple buff. He's not moving. I don't think Leon knows.
I wouldn't expect Yogatot to be in that position too. Maybe he has a flank angle for the AOG, we'll see. And this flame used by Murpapi, almost getting rushed down, but able to flicker the safety. Super Era tries to go for the max range snipe, doesn't find it. Salmon Force drop down Juviana, he's eating up so much damage, and Sugar is gonna run out of gas pretty soon. Dashing around, Chrono Dash you, actually enough to keep him alive. As Narakorn takes out Super Nemo at the cost of 0367. Mess now wants a bit more than that. One last snipe, the damage insufficient. Both teams trading 1-for-1.
Roamers are the only ones taken out. All this while, Water taking advantage of the mayhem. If just by a slight margin, just a very small amount, actually Leon comes out on top. They got a push. They forced out a few, all their key battle spells, and Juviana walks away with his. And they maintain a gold lead of about 2,000. This is Leon Esports making moves towards the Lord.
It's gonna be harder for KOG to deal with. Unlike the first time, Juviana is gonna willingly just walk up. There's nothing Narakorn can do. You also have water shoving down the bottom lane. It's going to be a slow push. KOG, gotta make up your mind right now. Do you want to potentially start a fight, or do you want to rush on the Lord? It seems like they can make up their minds. On Papi, Suga tried to block the shot, but still the splash damage kills off the Valir, dropping down the Zaman for very early. Water takes out Narakorn. KOG, 2 members less, and Leon goes onto the Lord.
Lethal Bob and Weave, a dive onto 2 isolated members of KOG. Leon are doing great here in the late game. 14 minutes in, Lord will spawn in about 10-15 seconds from now in the bottom lane. This is great news for all the Laotian fans watching. Mess in trouble.
Barely gets away. Had to use the retribution, but should be back up in time to deal with the Lord. The Lord now marches down in the bottom lane. All tier 2 for KOG effectively has been destroyed.
It's a bare base left for KOG to deal with. All the Thai fans are holding out, sending their well wishes, their prayers. Their team may defend. A big fat wave up top penetrates. Bottom lane's got that Lord coming through, accompanying the wave. Juviana is a one-man army. He forces so much away from KOG.
And Water runs all to Maprapi. There's nothing his teams can do for him. What a chessboard being put down by the RWM, forcing KOG to back off. Only the mid inhibitor stands, but there's a wave being escorted in by Water. KOG, they need 25 more seconds for Murtapapi to come back. And Leon, don't think they'll give them that time. 0367 forces the AOG backwards and run away. So Narako is the only one in the front line who goes down. Super Era is now godlike. Glass inhibitor falls. Dagger death timers for KOG. This is going from bad to worse. 0367 jumps in only to give his life away. They clear the last catapult, but there's still one wave coming in.
And I think the end is nigh. Murfapi comes in, but it might have been too late.
Game number 1 given over to Leon Esports with just better execution, better gameplay plan. KOG, this Valir pick might have worked just now against Rise, the R2 squad, the Timor-Leste, Rise of Ravens. But a second pick Valir against Leon is a no-go.
A little tricky in the mid game there. KOG bore down onto Leon Esports, but once Leon Esports found the winning opportunities, the chinks in the chain of the armor of KOG, they did never look back. Amazing work here by Leon Esports with Super Era leading the charge, taking the MVP. Wow, only died once. Imagine the stacks on his Skypiercer.
Oh yes, probably maxed out, I think. This is what you've been craving for since yesterday, right? It's what we've been craving for. Granger getting picked up. So far, Granger has found, I think, 100% win rate today overall in the league. So really proving that aside from Harith, Granger is still a very, very strong pick.
Teams have to respect how quick he's able to just farm up, snowball out of control, faster than even a Harith. Because again, Harith is super ultra late game. Like, you need 4 or 5 items to even threaten. But Granger's online as soon as you get the Hunter Strike and Skypiercer. You just force your opponent to make mistakes. This is a 15-minute game, 15 minutes and a half with 2 Lords. If I'm not mistaken, 2 Lords is all it took. And it looked dicey in the early game, but yeah, KOG did not protect their lead well enough.
But did not. This is even, to a degree, I would say, one of the best Lord utilization I have seen. Like Leon setting up 3 waves. They took out all 3 inhibitors in one fell swoop, and then they ended the game afterwards. Of course, there are some fatal mistakes from the side of KOG, but Leon, the Laotians, really showed us the potential of their region with how they played with the objective.
So, with that said, it looks like Leon are proving themselves worthy of being called number one in Lao and possibly being number one in their group here in Group B out of the M Challenge Cup for Mekong. Husky, we are going to go in a quick break. When we return, we will go into game 2. Match point for the Laoshan number 1. KOG backs against the wall. Similar situation as they found themselves in the first series of the day. We will find out the conclusion or possible extension when we come back after this break.
みんな内巻ナルトが帰ってきたぞ。クラマ力を貸してくれ。よっしゃ第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
ここは俺に任せてもらった。4代目ほかげを超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた。
Welcome back to the M Challenge Cup for Mekong. His name is Husky, my name is Leo, and KOG are threatened right now to score 0 points coming out of the series because Leon Esports are at match point.
Yep, match point, and that means if Leon Esports scores another dub, they are I think they're guaranteed, right? You say according to the math, they're guaranteed second place, and they are going to be heading into top 4 no matter the results of the final series. So this is a tough predicament for KOG to be in. You know, they beat Rise of Raven in a slobber knocker of a best of 3. They got the advantage coming into the second match, and now it is slowly slipping away because Leon Esports, they play as clean as you could get for game number 1.
Yep, possibly the cleanest we've ever seen all day long. Because yesterday we saw Nightmare do the same. Nightmare had a moment where in their second series, they just decided, yeah, we're just gonna end this. We need to secure the playoffs. They were number 2, all right? Nightmare is number 2 out of Laos, but Leon is number 1. So up against the best of Thailand, KOG, they have a score to settle, not just in this group, but also across the board. If they sweep KOG here, they score 3 points, and at minimum, they are able to stay in the playoffs as second seed going into the next stage. So KOG, Husky, what could be going through their minds here? Like, what do they have to reflect on? What did they do wrong in game 1 that they could fix up going into game 2?
I think first of all, it's fix the draft, right? I think sometimes a cheese or a gacha pick can only work so much, and usually you do it once and then you don't pull it out unless you are so confident it might work. Maybe KOG felt confident that their Valir is going to work, even though their main anchor of success was not the Valir pick the entire time. It was actually the Lucas in the game tree, the Lucas and the Granger, but they ignored both of that in the first game against Leon. It was Leon who got the Granger, who got picks that could allow them to snowball out of control. So I think if you're KOG, you dial it back, you rewind back to what worked against Rise of Raven, and you use that to help get a win.
Yeah, I think that is one way to go about it. The best way, if I may say so myself, respect the metagame. Looking at game 1 again, Leon Esports had the more well-rounded and more, how do I say, to the status quo kind of draft compared to KOG, who were, very adamant on their comfort picks, on their pocket picks that came out so early in the draft. So now they have to watch out for that. How do they do that from red? They're still red.
I think they have to be ready to initiate a trade, right? Like let's say in game 1, Leon, they did get the Baksha for themselves as the first pick. The response from KOG, they went for a Gatot Gacha, and the Gatot and what was it, like a Fredrin or something? I actually don't remember. I think it's a Gatot Fredrin. But no, it's a Gatot Valir, which doesn't really solve the problem of the Baksha. And then they realized that they just don't have enough damage, not just to deal with the Baksha, but to deal with the eventual blue 5 glue pick. So KOG, this game, they don't have to worry about Baksha, but you want to secure yourself a strong opening. So that means you ditch the Valir, you pick heroes like the Harif, which is a good opening. Heroes like the Kalea, I think even the Joy or Hayabusa would be a better option.
Yeah, but half of those, half of those are banned out. Kalea would have been a good blue opener since Baksha's banned out. But what does Coach Trecartista pick up? An early
Wow.
Val, what? Oh, I know why. Because they're thinking KOG is going to go for Lucas X. They'll go Lucas Harith. So they go, all right, we're going to block it early. Pick the Valentina now.
If they pick the Valentina, you can still go Harith. Harith Fredrin is a decent opening. The Zuzin, okay, they open up with that one. Zuzin was banned out in game 1. Zuzin Gatot. 2 ways to deal with Valentina. You either give her nothing or you give her too many things that you overload her. So far, both ultimates from KOG, pretty good. AOG and the Crimson Beacon.
Yep. One more offensive, one more defensive. I would prefer some way, somehow, Agi gets the AOG first, because that one allows for you to do both things. Crimson Beacon less so on the offense. Now they have to close up the draft. There's the Lucas. Almost confirmed to be in the jungle. And they pick up the Granger. Wow, they really like the Granger more, huh? Super Air is more comfortable on the Granger than the Harith.
Yeah, and it, like you mentioned earlier on, the Granger just comes online. He's ready to fight a lot more earlier than the Harith. So if they can play the same tempo like they did in game 1, which they have the potential to do with this Lucas pick, if he gets a hit, then I think Leon is going to be in a position to run down KOG once more.
So this is a Harith or bust for KOG. No!
No,
Instead,
what?
the 1-1. Okay. Who am I? Who am I? An outsider of the Mekong region to tell KOG how to play. This is Thailand MLBB, Leo. Don't tell me how to play. They snub Harith.
What? 1-1? Who? It either is a Giga Brain move to block out, to discourage certain picks, which I don't think it does, or this is a Hail Mary for, you know, for K. The only person that, the only other, not K, but Sugar, the only other player that has played 1-1 and found great success is the guy who took us home yesterday, Miguel. But aside from that, we haven't seen a second 1-1.
Going into the bans, KOG take out the Phobius. Still no clear XP laner for Leon. While Leon cracked down on junglers. There's the Hayabusa. I would say ban out the Suyo as well. Or the Fred, just to make sure.
The Joy too, I think. The Joy is also a consideration. I think maybe when you have the Lucas, the Suyo, you don't have to worry about the Suyo too much. Same for the Joy, but you could ban one of it out. I think you ban Joy and then you force a Suyo, so it's slightly more manageable.
Oh, KOG senses that there's still no roamers for Leon, so they take out the Jawhead too. And Leon, which jungler do they choke out?
I still think between Suyo and Joy, you ban Joy here. If not, you could ban out. Who do we want to ban?
Oh yeah, there's the Fred. Okay, so they're
okay.
really honing in on KOG's identity. KOG is just so much better with the utility, so they take out the next best utility option.
Yeah, so they're not worried about the jungle, which is fine. I think there is still room for a glue pick. Okay, I was thinking it for Leon, but KOG snatches it away since there's no room for Farmis for Leon. It's an incredibly strong XP laner. Another pick that I want to propose is the X-Borg for Leon, but I'm not sure if, you know, if they want to go for that.
An X-Borg in the XP lane? I'm with it. Especially since they expect already utility from KOG. But what utility is left? Maybe if they let through the Fred, they would have, been more ready to X-Borg it up.
Yeah, CC is also okay. CC Hylos, you get lane priority over glue. They only really have one person to reliably eat up crossbow tank before with the crown, which is the Hylos. But at least you have a fighter lane that is going to dominate the glue at all stages of the game. Leon has to be a bit more tactical with how they play this now that they're running double fighters and only a singular tank.
They need a jungler. Leon is all in Granger. This is I don't know how I feel about this.
Let's see. So the Joy does come true. Yeah, makes a lot of sense.
Okay, KOG. How well does Mess play with a joy. Last chance to get a point at least, or even possibly reverse sweep this series against Leon. Looking at the draft, again, also considering execution, taking that into consideration. Which draft you favoring, Husky? Because I'm all Leon right now. I'm so Laotian.
Yeah, I think overall I still prefer Leon's draft. I would say KOG have, compared to game one, their draft is definitely a lot more solid. But Leon Esports, just off of game one, I can see them making this draft work. Same thing, if they get a hit, then KOG are gonna be in a bit of trouble. Because Ranger, once he comes online, this glue can get melted with the amount of damage and the additional Sky Piercer on top.
So you're also considering like how much of a ramp up into items these guys get. Do note, economy was tight in game one up until it wasn't. It started with 1,000 gold, 2,000 gold, and then suddenly the game was over. So we'll see how close these decisions are and how well they make them, how fast they can think on their feet. Because if you're KOG and Leon Esports finds a weakness, that's it. You're staring down a sweeping loss. Game 2 coming up. Match point for the team out of Laos that is number 1 in their standings up against King of Gamers, Thailand's only hope to make it to MSC via the wildcards.
Here we go, game number 2 into the land of Dawn. Sides have not been swapped, so we still get Leon Esports on blue side, KOG on red side. This very early Valentina pick, first pick Valentina, in fact. I don't think we've ever seen it. At least I haven't seen it in like 2 seasons. That's how long it has been, a full year. But at least we see KOG, falling back to a bit more of a easier to execute draft compared to that Valir shenanigans that they pulled out early on. And it's also the first Tucson of the day, if I recall.
If you're looking at priorities, yeah, no, Leon loses here in mid. Other lanes, I think XP should be Leon's. CC into a Gatot or Glue is a winning lane for the CC, I think.
Yeah, like pre-war X, sure, right, there's ways to put some pressure onto her. As they did with all the damage from Narakorn and the concussive blast from 0367. But Juviana is going to heal back up with a passive anyways, and once she gets the War Axe, then the table is completely turned for KOG.
Fight-wise, in the Turtle Pit, I give the advantage to Leon for sure. Because again, you saw in game 1, right? Leon knows how awkward it is to get a late fight entry with a Joy. So they got to respect that. And that's why I guess KOG is super proactive. Like they're trying to get as early kills as they can or start fights earlier than even before the turtle spawns.
Yeah, I can see like a minute ago, Narakorn, was winning the lane and now he wasn't. Brings Murpapi to the bottom lane. Then put some pressure, and most importantly is to get the level 4. Juviana instantly drops the curtain call. Jumps onto Narakorn. It's a big deterrent as the water starts working on the turtle with the facilitation of his teammates. The Joy cannot get in. Great objective secured by Leon.
No contest. That's the reason why it was so easy for Juviana to drop the curtain call. He got the call. There was a shot call, a communication from across the map saying, hey, just hold him down. We'll take the turtle and then we'll slow roll into the mid-game power spike. Let's wait for Super Era. It's the same plan from game 1. They literally just pressed load game.
Yeah, they realized that they don't have to worry about anything in particular from game 1 since it went almost perfect. So they just stick to the same game plan, right? No need to fix what's not broken. Juviana with a full level lead over Narakorn.
We haven't really seen much of the gold lane, the trading situation there. Again, we still don't know why exactly they picked the 1-1, and it's so soon in the draft too, so early. Like even Leon must have been surprised by that. and we've still yet to find the answer. I hate it when we don't understand why certain things happen in the game.
Yeah, like I'm trying to find like an angle for Sugar for the purpose of this 1-1. I still can't see it. Like my fallback is always maybe it's his comfort pick. And mid lane, the fight breaks out. AOG used, a stolen AOG used for Agi to escape. And that's all there is to it. The fight basically just ends.
And this is odd, especially for the Mekong region. Again, their brand of MLBB. No kills 4 minutes in. I'm uncomfortable with how peaceful this match is so far.
It's a fuse waiting to be lit. It's a pacifist run so far from both teams, right? Even KOG, who made 2 attempts to grab a kill or 2, has ended in vain just because Leon, they cover all of their bases.
Oh,
To see if this turtle fight is going to be a thing. They do bring Sugar in. He does have to inspire. Super Era now also starts making his rotation. And they lay down the glorious pathway very early on. Super Nemo is going to stand in front of 3, 6, 7, and still the turtle goes over to the side of Leon. Now they're going to make a full retreat. AOG getting used. First blood going over to Agi already. As Super Nemo slowly walks out of there. Murpapi runs out of mana. Cannot get the lift back, but Agi is going to just jump on forward. Finds the kill 2 for Leon.
oh, look at this. Mesh, very sneaky. Thinks he can get away with stealing the purple. Thought there was no one home, but Leon's water comes in. Leon, a dominant position. Again, nothing for KOG so far. And 5 minutes in, Leon already has a 2,000 gold lead.
This is already good for Leon. Like, the money right now is in Juviana and Agi. But all the key members are getting assists and another kill going over to the Valentina. Now this entire top side is basically over.
Mesh sacrificed his own life to secure his own orange. I don't know if he didn't have vision. I don't know if what he was thinking would happen if he ran into 3 members of Leon, but that's exactly why the whole other side of the map belongs to the Laotian squad now. Bottom lane too. Again, this is a story of Juviana, but there's 4 collapsing onto him. And that's how she wrote. At least they serve up a kill. They give it over to Sugar.
Slightly unfortunate for Juviana. His vengeance was 2 seconds away from coming off cooldown. Maybe that could have made the difference. It's a minor price to pay because Juviana also got the bot tier 1 and all Leon has to do is just back off, right? There's no need to force the fight. Just poke KOG from long range every now and then. Wait for Juviana to come back. Wait for the next turtle. Secure the objective and continue the snowball.
Leon Esports looking at this last turtle. Finding a snowball angle here could be it. Oh, 0367
Man,
forced to revitalize so soon.
So low too. It's a tough position for him to be in for sure. Stolen AOG. Water is now ready to work on the turtle. Super Nemo is just going to stand guard. KOG, the only way in is to walk straight into Leon. They are not even going to bother to that. They'll give up this turtle and play for the macro.
Amen, brother. That's short of saying the only way out is through. There's no way KOG can finesse a win against Leon without solving the problem, without addressing the fact that Leon right now is 4,000 gold ahead. There's just but 1 kill on the board for KOG, and that was off of Juviana sacrificing himself. I can't say any less than I'm impressed. This is Leon taking control of the game. KOG legit have a problem to solve. This is a puzzle for the Thai squad.
Yeah. Like what Leon Esports has been showing us right now is the potential to win it all, right? We've seen the 2 teams that made it to playoffs yesterday, and we've seen, you know, KOG and Rise of Ravens play their games, but none of them have come close to how tidy, how precise Leon Esports has played. And unfortunately, Mez cannot even get in and doesn't have enough dashes, and with the highlights around, it's tough. Super Nemo now finds the glorious pathway to back off. Water comes in to pack him up. Naracom wants to go for the wants to go for the grab, grasp, spread. We'll find his mark, but sadly ends up going down either way.
Husky, is it just me or is the way Leon moving around? Oh my god, off camera kill by Juviana. Didn't even let me ask my question. Is it just me, or is it because of the clean rotations and fast movements make it seem that Waters Lucas is jumping over much longer distances? Or is it because KOG is also walking into his Lucas?
I think it's KOG just getting in range of the Lucas, right? Like Lucas right now has such a deceptively long flash step range, and it doesn't help that flash step puts the Lucas behind his target. It's sometimes he turns into the Sacred Beast form. He presses flash step, he dashes to you, and the connecting attack like brings him halfway across the world. So KOG, they need to respect that distance that the Lucas can cover. Like this Naracorn's glue is not the BLN, it's not like a Joviana glue in game 1 where there's no solution to him and he can keep on just sticking onto his target. In this game, Leon Esports have plenty of methods to get rid of the glue. And like if you stick onto my teammate, sure, we are gonna drag you deep into enemy lines so that your teammates cannot back you up. And that was what we saw just now, right? Naracorn getting solo killed.
I think that's one way of saying the glue isn't a real threat. The glue is just but a minor inconvenience to Leon's almost inevitable sweep. Lord is coming up in 30 seconds, and there's still nothing on the board to stop Leon from pushing forward. Again, an AOG denied for 0367, and this lead is just growing even bigger. 6,000 now between the Laotian squad and the Thai.
That's the first 10 Sky Piercer stack for Super Era 2, and that's only going to build up. Like all these bulky HP is going to matter slightly lesser the more stacks of Sky Piercer Super Era has. The one-on-one way to deal with high HP targets. This Lord's gonna get blitzed down. Nothing that KOG can do. This game has already spiraled out of control, Leo. This is the biggest goal lead we have seen today. 8,000 for Leon.
This must be ironic and bittersweet for Coach Trecartista. I hope my sources are correct in saying that he is a Thai coach playing for a Laotian squad and he's taken down the Thai team in KOG. Look at this, Super Nemo just drops but a revitalize in a single ult and he gets away from what? The firepower of 3-4 members of KOG.
Yeah. We haven't seen a singular crossbow of Tang, and I don't think we will see any crossbow of Tang unless they get some godly setup, right? And even then, they don't have the best setup. AOG, the glue grab, the lantern flare, they all need time. And Murpapi, one last shot for Super Era would have ended his life, but thank goodness Super Era didn't have enough energy for the Death Sonata. Like usually, 1-1 to get the crossbow Tang off, it's best to have someone to set it up, like a Cho, the Jawhead, someone that can deliver the target to the 1-1, but there's no one to do that this game for KOG.
Nope. And Leon have delivered themselves into KOG's base.
Stolen AOG, Agi a bit far and ends up going down. Just as I said that Sugar needs a delivery system. But it's a lot more convenient when your target just plops themselves right in front of you. One inhibitor goes down for KOG in the top lane, but at least they get a punish onto both Super Era and Agi.
Wow! Suddenly, a win for KOG. They punish the overextension, the eagerness, the greed, one would say, of Leon to push that inhibitor and get a kill on Super Era, a kill on Agi, and Mess gets away with stealing the purple buff from Water. Huh. Who'd have thought that was still possible?
It's the worst case scenario for Leon too, losing both of your cores. But thankfully, they still have almost a 7k gold lead. They can do it again. BOD now built for Super Era. That's the curtain call from Joviana used very early on. Next Lord up in less than a minute in the top corner of the map. So that's why they're setting up the long lane. Like this AOG, I don't think you need to use it like that, Agi. I think you can even steal the Crimson Beacon in case if KOG dives you with the AOG. With Mesh running in, you have the Lantern Flare to keep them at bay instead of taking the AOG and using yourself as a initiator, which is not something that Leon is particularly worried about right now. They have a good comp to peel KOG away, and the Crimson Beacon will enhance that.
All right, here's the Glorious Pathway set in. Turret still standing. I think this was the main mistake that Agi made. He took the AOG, used it, jumped into KOG's base with the turret still standing. I'd reckon if we saw the damage sources, it would have been a majority from the turret. Or at least, you know, from the heroes of KOG that made the most of the cover fire, the supporting fire from the turret. Now the Lord spawns, and Leon, understandably, first to the scene. Look at Mess. Mess from that long river brush and jumps in. Fight breaks out.
Juviana and Super Nemo forming the front, and the Luca just jumps in. The backline is so exposed. They look for Sugar, and Sugar goes down. Unfortunately, they were not able to protect him, and now the battle line just splits up. Everyone Delta splitting to save their own skin. That's 2 dead for the side of KOG. Number 3 just got served. Mess down for 40 seconds. And Leo, I think this could be an endgame scenario. Narakorn is the only one defending. Merpapi getting ran down by Juviana and the rest of Leon Esports on the Crystal. The Laotians have taken a clean 2-0. And just like you said, I think they have guaranteed playoff slot.
Wouldn't have it any other way. Congratulations to the #1 seed out of the Laos qualifier. Leon Esports bagging 3 points. I do appreciate KOG pulling out an oldie but a goodie. A MOBA scrap that evasive maneuver. Like, you can't win off of a Delta split alone. So that's a lesson learned for KOG. That is their last match of the night. Oh, it's scary to be KOG. It's scary to be a Thai fan right now. They only have, what, 2 points on the board?
Yep, they have 2 points. Leon has 3, Rise of Raven has 1. And now they pray, they pray that Leon Esports gets another sweep over Rise of Raven, right? Both complete, complete shock and anxiety and anxiousness. Because with how strong Leon Esports has displayed their performance in this series against KOG, there's a good chance that the Rise of Ravens don't make it just because they got swept later on.
Oh, I am excited to see what else Leon Esports have in the bag. Again, a 13-minute victory against KOG, who won the first broadcast of the night. This is my way of saying Kop Chai. Thank you in Lao. I may have butchered that, but no. Thank you for showing us amazing MLBB out of the Mekong region. So they are #1 currently in Group B. I wonder how Rise of Ravens feels. They're watching now. They're setting up. They'll be next up in action. Our last best of 3 coming your way. We have a break for now. Stay with us when we come back. It'll be that BO3 between Timor-Leste and Laos. His name is Husky. My name is Leo. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Yeah.
せてやるよ。シャリンガンの本当の力をな。力が湧いてくる。相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
Tôi nói cũng biết này, thời buổi đừng cái tin cái gì trên mạng, các ông hiểu không? Nhưng mà thôi, không bình tĩnh nữa. Vào game đi, nhanh, khẩn trương nhá. Ui giời ơi.
Piu piu.
Đỗ Messi,
Nuốt 250 của tao không trôi đâu.
tao thích.
Ngày hôm nay nợ máu phải trả bằng nước màu.
Lên đường.
Piu piu.
Đỗ Messi,
Piu piu.
Đỗ Messi,
Piu piu.
Đỗ Messi. Thôi, ông làm gì làm luôn đi. Đỗ Messi.
Thời này ai còn bem như ngoài đời thật. Muốn giải quyết mâu thuẫn hãy vào Mobile Legends.
Welcome to Mobile Legends.
Piu ơi, lùi đừng 1 2 3. Piu đừng Piu.
Ok, bạn ơi, mà lên, 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 tôi hết mana.
Cố lên cho anh ơi. Để giúp anh.
Bắn hết chúng nó đi anh em. Này thì mày quýnh tao này.
Chơi game là phải như thế chứ. Phải Vinisa, Legend. Bốn anh em mình, Legend. Vinisa, Legend.
Nhưng mà nhớ giả bạn 250 nhé.
Minna! 内巻ナルトが帰ってきたぞ。クラマ、力を貸してくれ。よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
は俺に任せて。もらった。4代目ほかげを超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた。
私はもっと強くなる。今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。
見せてやるよ、シャリンガンの本当の力をな。力が湧いてくる。相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
Tôi nói các không biết này, thời buổi đừng cái tin cái gì trên mạng, các không hiểu không? Nhưng mà thôi, không linh tinh nữa. Vào game đi, nhanh, khẩn trương nhá. Ui giời ơi.
Piu Piu,
Đỗ Messi,
nuốt 250 của tao không trôi đâu.
tao thích.
Ngày hôm nay nợ máu phải trả bằng nước màu.
Lên đường.
Piu Piu,
Đỗ Messi,
Piu Piu,
Đỗ Messi,
Piu Piu.
Đỗ Messi. Thôi, ông làm gì làm luôn đi. Đỗ Messi.
Thời này ai còn bem như ngoài đời thật. Muốn giải quyết mâu thuẫn hãy vào Mobile Legends.
Welcome to Mobile Legends.
Piu ơi, lùi đừng một cái ba, Piu, đừng Piu.
Ok bạn ơi, mà lên 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 lên.
Cố lên cho anh ơi. Để giúp anh.
Bàn hết chúng nó đi anh em. Này tụi mày uống cao này.
Chơi game là phải như thế chứ. Phải Vinisa, Legend. Bốn anh em mình. Legend. Vinisa, Legend.
Nhưng mà nhớ giả bạn 250 nhé.
What's up? You're watching the M Challenge Cup. This right here is cups, and yeah, I can see how that's confusing. My name is Leo. We're with Husky, and we are gonna witness the final. Son, get out of here. We're gonna witness the final best of three to distinguish who is making it through the playoffs out of Group B. It's gonna be RISE Ravens facing off against Leon Esports.
And not just who makes it to playoffs, but the seeding of them in the playoffs, right? Like even the teams from Group A, RLG and Nightmare, they are waiting in anticipation to see who is there going to be the opponents on Thursday. But RISE Raven, they better be prepared because this is not going to be a slugfest like the ones that they experienced with KOG 2-3 hours ago. This is going to be a high-octane tactical match with what Leon Esports has shown us. Clean MLBB, proper consideration of draft and macro in the game. If RISE Raven slips just a little bit, I can foresee Leon running away with the series.
Once again, a quick recap on what's on the line. The winner of this whole shindig is taking home $3,000 US and will be getting a slot to join the MSC 2025 wildcard at EWC 25 in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. And then the runner-up will take home 1G, and then third and fourth place, those who played in the playoffs, will be taking home $500 apiece. So now this is what the groupings look like. Again, Group A have already locked in their two representatives, barely breaking the tie with a collective game time played tiebreaker. Nightmares number 1, that is Laos number 2 team, and then RLG out of Vietnam number 2. While in Group B, Husky, I think it's safe to say Leon's got this in the bag, no?
Yeah, I think it's very safe to say, like, even if they lose this series, they are still going to be in second seed. So the as much as, you know, both RISE Raven and KOG are very, you know, are waiting to see what the result is going to be. But if RISE Raven even takes one game in this best of 3, KOG is going to start sweating.
I think KOG is already sweating, no question. But that's an odd predicament to be put in, you know? Again, I did mention, I don't know if this is true, but my sources say Trecartista is Thai. Trecartista, the coach of Leon Esports, is Thai. So, again, it was bittersweet what he had to do, the number 1 team out of Thailand, King of Gamers. But, yeah, no. As true sportsmen, as the number 1 team out of Laos, no mercy, no holding back. I think RISE Raven is about to experience one hell of a best of 3.
Oh yes, you know, Trecartista, he is indeed Thai, from what I saw as well, from at least from the sources that we have. I mean, for RISE Raven, you know, they barely scraped by, and I think if we look at the tiebreaker rules from yesterday, they are in the same boat as KOG, right? They both play the longest games. So when it comes to the tiebreakers, I feel like it really comes down to the games that they win, maybe, or even just up against Leon Esports itself. There is a universe where, you know, the Timor-Leste team tie up against KOG, and then because both teams got because they RISE Ravens got swept faster by Leon, they win a tiebreaker. Like, who knows, right? Leon Esports have so much power in their hands right now.
Well, to avoid such complications, all Leon's got to do is just do what they did in Series 2, right? Just sweep. And watching the previous series, watching what Rise of Ravens brings to the table, not that I'm putting them down or not that I don't have any trust that they can give us an interesting and competitive match, but Leon Esports is just that damn good. Leon Esports is just that clean. Again, let's throw back to what they did in game 2, right? They were in blue. What did they do? First pick Valentina. When was the last time you saw that? First pick Valentina because they know KOG likes Lucas. And then they steal the Lucas themselves. And then they steamroll KOG.
Yeah, Super Era's Granger, 2 games in a row, he basically was almost untouchable, right? He's just giving him the good old ratatata, gun him down. Since the mid game onwards, there's really nothing much KOG could do. Last time I saw Valentina first pick, probably season 12, when Valentina first pick was still a thing, and even then, right, Valentina didn't really find like absolute success. There are still conditions that you need to fulfill, let alone in the current meta where picking Valentina first is almost signing up yourself for trouble.
Yeah, no, I hate that. I hate an early Valentina because, again, it locks you in to commit to a hero that is completely reactive. So they made that work. That is the genius of Trecartista. That is the genius of this 5-man squad. Again, neither you or I or any of the viewers watching at home have found any gaps in the team that is Leon Esports. So let's see if Raven, Rise of Ravens, can do that. If they can push to the limit the number 1 team out of Laos. Again, a reintroduction to Rise of Ravens, the winner of the Laotian qualifiers. Look at the smiles on their faces. Among them, a couple of Indonesian imports. That is a Prince Sher in mid, a Lunox specialist, and Arsteezy, who, I don't know, Husky, how could you describe Arsteezy's gameplay?
I think so far it's quite one-dimensional, right? They haven't really changed much in terms of how they play the game throughout the entire series against KOG. It's always get Lucas, get the Lunox, and then we've seen a Harry Granger, and the goal is Harry Granger. The goal is very straightforward. We see a target, someone makes the call, and we just full on dive. And then we pray that we win the fight. If we don't win the fight, we rinse and repeat. We do it again. I would say that when they get the hands on the veteran, RC does a pretty decent job at using the strategy to stand back KOG.
So we're hoping that they find that comfort, they find that kind of direction, that gameplay to be accessible. But knowing Leon, again, I hate to be a Leon Esports glazer, but you all saw what we saw. You all watched the game we casted. Rise of Ravens have to play out of their minds. They have to play 10 times cleaner than they have all M Challenge Cup long.
This has to be like if they still go in for the Lunox for Prince Sher, they has to play the Lunox game of his life, right? This is not going to be the KOG series where you can just casually, flicker brilliance or like flicker darkness and hope to get a team wipe. It doesn't work like that anymore with the formation that Leon Esports showed us. You flicker in front of their face, they are going to blow you up. So I think Rise of Raven, as much as we saw the smiles on their face, posing for the camera, I think you could also sense a hint of that tension, right? That stress of them maybe not making it through the group stage.
They are aware of the beast that stands before them. That's Leon Esports. Once more, the sweep that they gave to KOG, who beat Rise of Ravens earlier today. Again, logic states that if you beat the team who beat the other team that you're going to face, means you should beat them too. But
yeah,
we'll leave it to them. Let's see who goes into the draft, in what order. In the play is Leon again. The blue side artiste, that is Trecartista, bans out the Matilda. How does Coach Jellybane respond?
Well, Trecartista is really getting a treat for himself. Third time in a row on blue side. And man, I think for Coach Jellybean, you probably want to start considering banning out, I think Lucas could be a decent ban, or you go for like a Granger ban, right? I know Granger ban isn't really popular in Mekong, but seeing Super Era's performance, it is worth considering. They have a lot of picks that I doubt that they have shown just yet on the side of Leon, but you got to start somewhere, right? Give yourself a better roses to fall back on. So there it is, the Lucas ban.
I would assume Jellybean will also ban the Joy. Because again, they're just going off of the small sample size that we have, right? So Leon bans the Matilda, bans the Badang. You know, a hero that takes care of the lineup very well. A hero that could claw back and earn a win from out of nowhere. And then I would only assume that the Joy should be banned out here by Rise of Ravens and the Granger. Like, these are the power picks that Leon presented in the series prior.
Mm-hmm. I think for the side of Leon, you just ban heroes that allow to Rise of Raven to play a comp that they can just gung ho and run into your face. Like the Kalea ban out is a pretty decent ban. Like Leon hasn't really cared too much about the Kalea. And pick heroes that can punish all these dives, right? I want to say Badang, but Badang has been banned out. The Hylos is a good option too. We've seen the Glue as well. Glue got taught. Great sandbag. We haven't seen a single Cho so far today. We've seen like one jaw hit. We've seen jaw hits today and yesterday, but we haven't seen like Cho, right? Which is a big commodity in other regions.
Yep. Cho is big. Now that you mention it, Khalid too. Khalid is a very in-demand hero. Now we see the Kalea ban, just to close it up, the Zushin and the Fanny. This leaves open the Granger, the Harith, the Baksha, the Fredrin. A lot of big ticket picks left out for these two squads. What is Coach Trecartista picking first out of the buffet?
Wow, it's the Chip. We completely forgot about it. Chip Loyi are actually open. Chip Loyi are open.
Husky?
When something gets perma-banned, sometimes it just slips our mind. And this brings back some... What the heck? Wow, okay.
Baksha, Fredrin. Will Leon double down? Would they chip Lo Yi, really? Or does Prince Sure even play Lo Yi?
I guess why not, right? You just chip Lo Yi. I don't see any harm, honestly. You pick Lo Yi and then you could pick like whatever you want. Granger, Harith. They pick the 1-1 first thanks to their Fredrin. 1-1 Enjoy. But even without the Lo Yi, there's already the chip. We've seen what the chip can do even yesterday. Right? When who was it again? When RLG picked the chip. The king. Making life for everyone miserable. Yeah, so the chip effect is a pretty good hero overall.
Oh, that's Carl. Carl also played a
Carl's
chip.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. Now we'll see if Leon's. Oh my God, Leon's act of faith, believing that Prince Sure does not play a Lo Yi, pays off. Instead, they close off the draft with the Irithel. So Leon can now just continue on and say, hey, they don't have a Irithel, they don't have a Lo Yi either. We can just ignore it completely. Wow.
Mm-hmm. Not only that, it's also if Leon still wants a Lo Yi, they can 100% go for the Lo Yi. So if Rise of Raven doesn't ban a Lo Yi, they are gambling.
All right, they banned the Glue. I think they're just covering up XP lane choices now. Fovius still out there. I don't know if I would like the Fovius into a Baksha though. They take out the Lunox. All right, they're forcing Prince Sure to show us something else. Do they go Lunox, Lo Yi ban, and then they force... Well, I don't know if you want to force him on a Farsa though. You have a 1-1. You're going to get blasted.
Yeah, I think if you want to ban, you probably ban 1-1 in this case. It's a pretty good ban. I think you ban it.
You mean Farsa?
Not the 1-1, the Farsa.
Yes.
Ban the Farsa. You protect the 1-1.
Rise of Ravens. What's going on? They're taking their sweet time, much like the ban phase of the first series we had today. It's like Coach Jellybean really going through all the motions. They still banned the Phobius.
Huh, okay. What are they afraid of? What did they pick? What are they gonna pick that Phobius stops? Unless it is the curveball of a lifetime, where Baksha goes drone, Fredrin goes XP, and then they pick like a jungler. But that would just be straight up throwing the game, right? You won't have enough resources. You will have weak lanes. I think it's a Farsa ban here, hopefully. If not a Farsa ban, maybe like a... No, I still think Farsa ban is the best, no matter how I look at it.
Hey, Husky, we've seen odder things, all right? We've seen crazier things here in the M Challenge Cup. So with a CC ban by Trek Artista, Rise of Ravens still looking for a mid laner, and I would reckon a roamer, an XP laner.
Yeah, I think here you there's no harm revealing the mid lane also, I feel. Like there's reason to do that for sure. You could pick the Farsa now. Pick the Farsa now, and then you could keep your like gotcha pick for the last pick, right? I think the Farsa, if you don't pick it now, there's a chance that Leon takes it. Wow, they take Valentina, alright.
Where are they looking to take this Valentina? Are they looking to steal Electrifying Beats? I mean, that's the one logical thing they're stealing. A shortcut? Like, that's a long way around. You got to play into that. Trek Artista, what's the response here? Are you going to give more ults?
Okay, so they go for Farsa and the Terizla. This is almost there's some resemblance of this comp from what we saw from SRG OG against Homeboys, but without the chip.
They gave all the ults.
Wow,
look at that. They gave all the ults.
Yeah, I actually called it. It is they actually throw the curveball.
What a swerve! XP lane Fred into a Terizla, and then the Baksha into the chip. None of these heroes actually respond to a shortcut very well. Okay. Interesting. I wonder if Coach Trek Artista saw that coming. The mad genius in Coach Jellybean. The final handshake for this first game. Last series of the night, Leon Esports versus Rise of Ravens. I am grasping at straws. Husky, I don't know what to make of this swerve. I don't know what to make of this draft by Rise of Ravens.
Me too. Like you and me both. It's a very weird approach. Like I know I called the possibility of that swerve at the very end with the double flex, but I don't like it, Leo. I really don't like it. It achieves nothing, right? It doesn't solve the innate problem that you're facing in lane and in team fights. It feels like this Baksha Fredrin opening has ended up locking Rise of Raven into just a horrible drafting sequence.
That may be true, but also consider how well they play hard into long team fights. Like, this is a chunky front line that an Irithel would love to dive into. Late entries on the Hayabusa would be very much possible for Arstasi, but that's assuming Leon Esports just sit there and take it. Leon Esports are playing with map mobility, are playing with sudden burst, and of course, a late game comeback through the 1-1, taken to the skies. Even Leon are playing with an odd draft, so it'll come down to execution. Let's go into game 1. Again, Leon Esports so far unscathed, flawless gameplay. Could this finally be the challenge that they're looking for?
The challenge coming out from Rise of Raven of all teams, that would be a moment to celebrate for sure. Of course, both junglers starting on the same side of the map. So we are going to end up having a parallel jungle, but mid lane prio is straight up gone. Look at this. Prince Sure cannot walk up without taking damage, and he is trading his life bar to get XP and still ends up getting zoned away.
Prince Sure, lucky to have Yoo-Hoo and Arsteezy nearby. I'm pretty sure Super Nemo would have fully committed on punching Prince Sure there. But yeah, Prince Sure still has the flicker. I guess both teams, both trio mids are looking for a valuable trade. Yoo-Hoo just walks up there, spots water jungling.
Oh yeah, this Baksha, you know, it gives you the capacity to move fast and match the movements, but matching a chip movement is very different, right? Like, he doesn't need to necessarily interact with you. Sometimes if he decides that he wants to be out of there, he wants to be on the other side of the map, he can do exactly that.
Looking at the XP lane, I'm expecting that the Fredrin will always be down like this. Terizla revels in the fact that he can be just as chunky as his lane mate, but deal more damage. That revenge strike is a thing of beauty against heroes with huge HP bars.
Oh, his wave clear also is so much stronger than this Fredrin. Does bonus damage to monsters on his first skill, got buffed by an extra 50%, but in lane, you don't get to reap the benefits as much.
Uh-oh.
Turtle contest, here it is. Here comes Prince Sure. A lot of them not level 4 just yet. There is a Feather Airstrike. Turtle gets reset just by a little bit, but in the favor of Leon Esports, Yoo-Hoo cancels the Feather Airstrike, but Turtle still goes over to Water as he takes his Juviana 1v3s the rest of the Timor-Leste representative, and there's nothing they could do. Yoo-Hoo goes down first blood for Water.
Masterfully played. Leon Esports, the subtle decisions that they make. Agi, Feather Airstrike around. Wow, look at this. He's not even running away. He knows that Prince Sure can't press the salvos fast enough that he could wings by wings move around. All right, back to what I was saying. Leon Esports saw the shadows and decided to delay and soft reset the turtle before fully committing because they know Arsteezy can't sit there and wait for retribution. That alone made them win the fight. That alone cost them to get a kill, get the turtle, and get away scot-free.
Just masterfully executed from the side of, from Leon Esports. We haven't even gotten to the point where they are dropping down shortcuts using the wide walk to come in from weird angles. So far, they have been taking on, Rise of Ravens in a very honest way, right? The way that they fight has been very, very honest. Run into them head on, take on the fight, beat them, and then just back off.
When you are confident in your execution, there's very little need for subterfuge. Oh, the flicker, the shortcut!
And that shortcut catches Arsteezy with his pants down. Nothing much that Rise of River can do. Again, this Baksha, we did say that keeping up is a very, very, very tough task, and we are seeing it in the flash right now. He can roll, he can drive, but you can never be as fast as someone that's 4 portals on the map.
Literally instantaneous travel. Super Nemo committed the flicker there and got exactly what they wanted. I'm pretty sure they wanted more, but hey, picking off Arsteezy from the map, making that gap between the Joy and the Hayabusa even larger. What else could you ask for as Leon Esports? Second turtle here, worked on by Leon. Oh, Super Era gets picked off.
It's a combined effort from Arsteezy and K to take out Super Era. Even got his Inspire out. Leon Esports do find the Fredrin, but it's a bit too chunky for him to take down at this point. Now they turn their attention onto Yoo-Hoo, tries to roll away. Pops revitalize in the end.
Still the turtle goes over to Leon despite the mishap. Super Nemo accepting Yoo-Hoo with welcome arms, serving up a kill to Juviana.
Could have had a chance to roll and recall, but decides to roll back and go and die. So with him going down, it spills into the gold lane, where now K, he's gonna also face the punishment of full gang squad. They show up, they get the job done, they go back to where they came from, and Leon Esports just straight up, make it look like nothing happened.
And here we go. Similar to the previous series, they take their time to convert, and they zone out Chiron. And Leon scores their first turret of the game. Slowly but surely, again, this is the way for Leon Esports. This is how the Laotians play MLBB. Juviana, check in range against two. Do they see Prince Sure? Do they know?
Oh, they will now. What does Pretty Sure want to steal? I think Feather Airstrike and Penalty Zone are two best abilities. His team can utilize the shortcut, yes, but he's never going to be in a good position to use it. Water almost getting solo killed by Arteezy. The Shadow Kill doesn't do enough damage. Water gets away. Arteezy single-handedly keeping his team in the game right now as the Frederick once more getting pushed away. Feather Airstrike stolen.
This is the silver lining for Rise of Raven. The fact that Arteezy, despite what happened in the early game, is in relatively close range to Water's economy, right? AXP-wise, gold-wise, we'll check in just a bit. But yeah, 3,000 between you and the team that's dominating you. I'll take that bargain. That's very comebackable.
Here comes the shortcut being laid down as the turtle goes over to the side of Leon. Feather Airstrike now unleashed. Another pickoff onto Yuhu. Leon Esports finding more and more kills. Arteezy out of range of the quad shadow, so no shadow kill. But now his team has to retreat. Another stun, a bonk onto Karan. The Appraiser's Wrath not going off, and he will go down to Juviana.
And an off-cam kill on Prince Sher. Super Era, a total menace. Pushes that turret. Style in on Prince Sher. I don't know what Prince Sher was thinking. Like, why would you pick a fight against a 1-1 that can almost surely take to the skies and trigger the crossbow tang on you? And now suddenly the map is going against the Timorese. They're losing ground. They're losing EXP. And no, Agi forced to flicker out.
Away from that, I think the saddest thing is that Prince Sher even used his flicker. So it's a 1v1 gone horribly wrong. For sure. They keep the bot tier 2 alive. It's less than half health. Top tier 2 also under siege. So Water putting pressure on the other side of the map. This is the macro aspect of Leon Esports that we didn't highlight as much in the previous series because it was all brawl between them and KOG. But right now we are seeing Leon Esports open up the playbook a little bit, forcing movements from the side of Rise of Raven.
And now Yuhu gets a lot on him. Again, the sandbag for his squad. Super Era takes the skies once more as that tower falls. Arteezy, Juviana on him. Oh, Chiren with the taunt.
Juviana is going to eat up all the damage. Now they will try to share it to save Agi, and they will do just that. Look at Super Era. He's in the midst of things. Feather Airstrike comes out. Finally, Agi goes down, but Super Era can just free hit everyone. No crossbow tank, no problem. The Appraiser's Wrath land onto him, but he just eats it like a man. Juviana with the mega kill.
Super Era doesn't even have crossbow tang, and he was jumping around like that. That's how confident Leon are. They're shot calling and saying, should I force this? Should I force this? Yeah, go. We're going to kill him either way. The gold lead, though, could say so otherwise. Like, how is K doing this? This is impressive to me. Looking at K right now, there's just what? Not even 1,000 between him and Super Era, but the way Super Era is playing, it seems like there's a 2,000 gold lead.
Yeah, K is keeping up considerably well. Berserker's Fury, next item. Once he hits that, he's going to start doing some big numbers. They have the front line to do that for sure, to help him, you know, to create space for him to do the big numbers. But they also have to accept the fact that those front lines are going to start eating the crossbow tang. Big ticket items, Lightning Truncheon, Blood Wings, Blade Armor, and a portal on the Yuhu. He is straight up gone. How is a boxer that soft when he's not supposed to be? That's his 5th death.
Rolling out like a flat tire. They go straight for the turret. They're going to be popping this defense up top. Ooh, all right. K's playing with fire now. Picking up that Berserker's Fury. You see the damage he put on Super Era? That's scary.
Just enough to scare Super Era back because he was one weakness point away from a crossbow tang onto Kiran. So it's a good maneuver to deter this 1-1, you know, making sure that he knows his place for now. You can't just play recklessly into these situations. K is going to get his sprint back up. Lord coming down bot, no holy defense. Feather Airstrike used just to keep Rise of Ravens back so that they can take this inhibitor, and they will do it just that. Inhibitor will be taken. Super Nemo managing to crawl away to safety.
All right. Now the question, when are these gold laners going to build Wind of Nature? Does Super Era have it already? Because I would have pressed it if I did against K up top. And the next question to that is, can K afford it? There's not enough economy on the board coming his way to be able to do that. And there it is. As Leo asks, Leon builds it. Super Era now has the Wind of Nature. So all the more, he can be greedy about his entries. He can force a shadow kill and survive. And then in return, crossbow Tang out.
Speaking of greed, Leo, you saw what I saw? Super Nemo, first item, fleeting time, and now he has an immortality. That is a sign of pure confidence. And yep, there it is. They bail the shadow kill with the Winds of Nature. Leon, they like talk about wanting to snowball. A 10k gold lead, 11.5 minutes in. A chip that is 008 with a fleeting time and an immortality.
Super Nemo can do whatever he wants. Hell, he can flicker, shortcut into the base if he wants to, and I think Leon can still win, and Leon will end if that's the case. Looking at the items, a majority of the gold lead is on water. It's on Juviana, and I see the gap between Super Era and K growing ever quickly as well. So now we're looking at a almost 10k gold lead now. There it is.
I saw that one pop of feather airstrike onto RCZ, and he lost like more than half his health bar. That is crazy. The Lightning Truncheon doing work for Agi.
So we return to what seems to be the laning phase as Leon slows down the push. So it's a matter of managing the waves, and Juviana and Super Nemo checking range. If ever somebody obliges, Nemo's gonna call the shortcut, Juviana's gonna commit the penalty zone, and then Bob's your uncle. Leon now blitzing the Lord. It'll march down bottom. Coming out in, wow, the amazing delay. It'll come out in 20 seconds.
Yeah, coming 20 seconds. A fresh wave. A double wave stacking on bot, but there will be a double wave in the top lane. So they will so they will get a synced up push anyways. Winter Crown out for Yoo-Hoo. We just saw the Malefic Gun for K. Yoo-Hoo just staying silent, staying unnoticed. Only the Fredrin was seen. But now Leon, they're going to let the waves push out of the map. If Rise of Raven wants any resources, you have to walk out of your base to get it.
Juviana, I like this acquired taste. The pick on the casual Fury Hammer. So just in case anybody gets cheeky, he can deal damage. Feather Strike by Agi starting it up.
Some love taps on the Prince Sure. Top wave getting cleared out. Now with the Lord, just with the Lord entering the base, actually the wave ended up not being synced. So they're on Esports missing the window a little bit. RCZ goes for the Shadow Kill, another Winds of Nature. So this Shadow Kill bounces to the Lord instead. Not much damage being done. Penalty zone for Juviana onto tree. They're gonna try and burst him down. Juviana disappears into the dark. But water almost runs out Kiran. The rest of the Timor-Leste representatives retreat. Is one body for the entire base of Rise of Raven.
So this is Leon Esports saying we can't afford to force a crossbow tank just yet. So they're happy with what they got. And it looks like Rise of Raven are looking to punish. Oh, that's 4 members chasing down Super Nemo. Not sure that's so wise. Leon are just about 5 seconds away from having a complete squad once more. The shortcut able to pull Juviana out of the base.
Not only that, this is permanent damage to the better base of Rise of Raven. They will have to constantly deal with the waves. Wave clear isn't the best. Only K has reliable damage as the minions go stronger and stronger. The next Lord is going to be in the bottom quarter of the map. They stack up together around this purple buff. They want RTT to get it, and he will. Oh, but this shortcut timing. It's going to be so on the mark. Prince Sure instantly forced away, and you have Water who stacked on the Electrifying Beast. Give him the electric chair. K goes down. The cost of Water. Super Era couldn't get a crossbow tang off, so he will retreat, but it's a 2-for-1 so far in favor of Leon. Now they're looking for number 3. Juviana with the hammer just swinging away at Prince Sure, but Rise of Raven retreats.
A beneficial trade still for Leon, and they're not done. Oh god. Super Nemo with a shortcut.
Another shortcut for the airstrike. Blast down. Sure. And unfortunately for Yoo-Hoo, He has no business being there. RTZ wants to save the state of the game, but it's too late. Leon Esports with first blood.
Might have taken a little longer, but still a win is a win. Leon Esports, undefeated, unscathed, unchallenged in the M Challenge Cup so far. The fact that this took a little longer may give hope to the Timorese squad, but I'd like to think otherwise. Leon Esports just wanted to get the win as clean as possible.
And now Leon Esports have guaranteed themselves first seed, I think. With this 4th point, no one else can get more than 4 points or even tie with them. They're guaranteed first seed in from Group B. MVP of this game is Juviana on this Terisla. Could have went for the War Axe for all I care, because he did everything that the team needed of him.
Yep, especially since they were playing with a lot of chunky frontliners. Yuhu and Shiran couldn't even think of fronting to Juviana. Like 2v1 late game, Juviana will more likely win almost every single time. Not to mention how he built the Queen's Wings. That just bumps up his spell vamp. So forget about Baksha Marks, like it just equals out. Stack that onto the top of the body of Smith that he got the max stacks on, by the way, since it is scaling now at level 15. The rest of Leon just needed to follow his lead.
Yeah, and very unfortunate that that's the case for Leon. Oh, not for Leon, but for Rise of Raven. I think they have some good concepts. Like the Irithel was about to come online, and she was dealing some big boy numbers, but the rest of Rise of Raven, they just fell too far behind. Right, at one point, Leon Esports had a 10k gold lead, and usually that is where you press the surrender button. That's where the game ends.
Let's see if the series will end as well, because we got one more game potentially in this match. Match point for Leon Esports. We will get to game 2 when we come back after the short break.
俺に任せてもらった4代目ほかげを超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた。
Welcome back. You're watching the M Challenge Cup, and we could possibly be down to our last game in the last match of the night of the group stage. His name is Husky. My name is Leo, and you're watching Leon Esports, the #1 team out of Laos, face off against the Timorese in Rise of Raven.
Oh yes, and Leon so far has not dropped a single game this series. They've some games, it felt like a slugfest, but it was all planned from the start. Big goal lead, still clean gameplay. They were given the luxury of selecting Chip and Loyi. They picked Chip, they ignored Loyi, and they still ran it down. So Rise of Raven, this is their last chance to even have a shot at qualifying to the playoffs. They need to take game 2 and hopefully take game 3 as well.
That's right. Looking at the run of tonight's broadcast so far, KOG took us all the way against Rise of Raven, but after that, Leon Esports just swept KOG. And then now here we are at the brink of another dominant performance by Leon Esports. You know what, Husky? I think the Laotians are super proud of Leon Esports because I'm not even Laotian and I'm proud of them.
Yeah, like I haven't, like, it's not just the Leon Esports, right? We saw Nightmare Esports, and then the #1 pride of Laos, Legion, waiting in the wild card, securing the first slot as well. Laotians have a lot to look forward to, right? We can potentially get 2 Laotian teams in the wild card itself, and not only that, a Laos versus Laos showdown in the top 4 as we enter the second ban and pick up drafting phase.
Legion is actually from Vietnam, so they are the #1 team out of the region, is what we're getting at. But yeah, it is possible that Leon Esports faces off against Nightmare as early as the playoffs round 1. So that's going to be the bittersweet conflict for the Laotian fans. And I think that already is the truth. That already is the fact of the matter. #1 seed is Nightmare, and then #1 seed out of the other group is Leon. That's heartbreaking.
It's the nature of competition, right? Like, there's going to be a winner and a team that walks away thinking about the what ifs. For now, we see Leon on the red side for the very, very first time. And we see the Lucas and the Baksha ban. Leon respecting the Fanny.
I don't know what Rise of Raven is getting at with these bans. The Chip is still at large. The Loyi is still at large. There's so many things Coach Jellybean needs to address. And the first pick Kalia isn't amongst the options. What do you first pick now? Badang is still out there. Leon is notorious for banning out the Badang.
Yep. Badang is a choice too. What else? I think aside from that, there is also the chip. Like, do they want to ban a chip? Yeah, there it is. They ban it out.
Look at that smug little ferret. I actually don't know what kind of animal Chip is. He was grown in a lab, left to the guardianship of Angela. But there's a Matilda. All right. What does Jelly Bean pick here first? The Baksha? Oh, no, they banned it out. You
Baksha's
wouldn't
banned
Fredrin,
out.
would you? Would you first pick Fredrin?
No.
No.
I wouldn't. I definitely wouldn't.
Who are we to tell Rise of
boy?
Raven what to do?
Yeah. I'm sorry, I forgot. It's the rule number 1.
We're just tourists to the Mekong. Oh, there's a Phoveus. Okay.
All right. So Phoveus, I mean, it's a good answer to a potential, Joy, Granger, Harif pick. If they want the Phoveus here, they can. They can Phoveus. I still think Harif is not too bad of a pick, even though there is a, you contribute to the Phoveus. But at the end of the day, it's still a ultra late game pick. Okay, Kimmy, Granger, the casual, sustained damage, long range poke type of hero.
I know a lot of friends of mine are fans of Kimmy Granger. Plenty of ranked games have been won off the back of this double marksman cheese pick. So now they just have to sustain their front lines. They just have to protect these two because that's already built in their cores. Jellybean now pick up Harith, put it in the hands of K. That's a signature. And then RSTZ gets his Fredrin. So last game's switcheroo on the Fredrin XP did not pay off. Hard lesson learned by Rise of Raven that way.
And to get the glue too, they see the Fredrin and the Phoveus, and so they just tell themselves this is a very juicy glue game. Now they can ban the Faramis if they want. Hell, they could even pick the Faramis, but I think they would benefit more by taking like a Farsa, just like they did in the previous game. A Yeef would do fine as well, considering that you have bulky heroes that want to be moving around from the side of Rise of Raven.
Rise of Raven gonna have to scramble for a mid laner after Leon is done with the banning phase, because you know what's in mid for Leon, right? You know that it's a Kimmy, and then Leon will ban more. Farsa, I think, is on top of the priority. There it is. Rise of Raven now should do well to ban good junglers. Ban out the Haya. Ban out the Joy. I think the Joy is still good here, despite the Phoveus. I think Leon would force the issue that way.
Yeah. I think if you ban out, I think you start banning assassins, right? Like Hayabusa, Joy, like you said. They ban out the Badang, okay. I can respect that.
So Rise of Raven does Leon's job for him, banning out the Badang. I mean, it makes sense. They don't have a jungler. They don't have a roamer just yet, nor a jungler. So Jellybean has many different decisions to make here with this last ban in blue. And Leon, of course, still forced the issue here, making Prince Sure play anything but the Lunox. What does Jellybean do, man? You don't want to jawhead here. You don't want to...
They ban the X-Borg. So they're worried about an X-Borg jungle. Okay.
That's a...
I think you go for pick off
that's
here. I think
Cho, finally, maybe?
I was thinking of a Cho too. Could go Hylos if you want to play safe. But I think Cho is okay. Okay, they go for the safe route. I'm fine with it.
There's the Hylos, all right. Just full-on frontliners. Leon Esports, they needed this Hylos. Rise of Raven, do they Lolita? Would they dare? Husky, is it too much to ask for Lolita given the nature of their lineup? 2 marksmen.
I don't think it's too much. It's a very quiet taste though. It's a very specific pick. Like I know we saw Lolita by TLPH by JP, but aside from that, I don't think it has popped out anywhere. So they go out. Florian Eve. Okay, going back to the healing comp.
Ooh. The Florin makes a return to the M Challenge Cup. And the final pick is a Suyo. That's the jungler Leon have walked away with. This is dangerous. Again, for the first time in their whole run in the group stage of the M Challenge Cup, I am doubting Leon. Again, not fully, not like straight up what, but it's dangerous to run a Suyo into both an Eve and a Harith.
Yeah. This one, I mean, both teams are very low committal, draft, low cooldowns. They can keep fighting. Both have decent damage. Ultra late game is also pretty even. But if Leon can take care of this Florin, I think they would solve, half the problem. I still am with Leon's draft, but I would say Rise of Raven has a way better chance going up against Leon Esports in Game 2.
Oh yeah, in comparison to Game 1, 100%, 150%. Given how much of a menace Florin is in the ranked games right now, and the 4 picks that surround it are solid picks that can take advantage of that extra heal the Bloom gives. I'm with you. Close to 50-50, but the execution and the conviction that Leon Esports showed in the early half of the draft, picking the Kimmy Granger combo, that's more than enough for me to say I slightly favor them. I'd say 60-40, Leon Esports.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one. I think Rise of Raven has the same problem as Game 1, where to get to the Kimmy Granger, there's only one way forward, right? You have to ram right through the front lines, the bodyguards of the duo. So we'll see if they can do that in Game 2. This time, Leon Esports will be on the red side, and we get Rise of Raven on blue.
I think it's safe to say that early on we'll know if Leon Esports have finally met their match, if Rise of Raven can finally punish them for these risky decisions that they're making. I give them about the 6 or 7 minute mark. If by the 3rd turtle, Leon is in good shape, then they got away with it. That is my ultimatum for Leon. If by the 6 or 7 minute mark they're doing good, then they're gonna ride it out to a sweep.
Yeah. At least with the Florin Eve, you have slightly better mid lane contests. A lot of times when there's a Kimmy, you just lose priority. But Water showing up. That's first blood. A point blank arrow to the face of Prince Sure.
Prince Sure did not even get a chance to flicker. And now Leon Esports are pushing the advantage. They're forcing Rise of Raven to go ahead and babysit K. K cannot survive the early game this way. Not like this.
Yeah, pretty sure lost like half a wave too. So he's not going to get his level 4 by the first turtle, which already is a big disadvantage for Rise of Raven. They are pivoting top side. RSTZ wants to get this XP grab just so he could hit the level 5 as the turtle spawns once he grabs his camp again. But Water is going to be slightly ahead because he did steal the golems away.
So far in the first 2 minutes, Water setting up, catches Chiron.
Yeah, Chiron tries to really back off. The heal is just not enough. So that's another kill going over to the side of Leon. This time going over to Water. Turtle spawning just in time. RTZ has no business contesting, so Leon will get this for sure.
Asuki-chan, did you see that unfortunate animation play out of Chiron? He got the passive off of Phovius, pressed the attack button, and that homed him onto Juviana when he was supposed to get away. He could have survived. He could have run away, but no, instead he died underneath his turret. Didn't even get the flicker.
Yeah, it's something that also happens with Kalea too. with an enhanced basic attack. This brings you all the way into your enemies, even when you don't want them to. It's a common occurrence when, you know, at level 1 and 2 trait where you get brought underneath the turret. Sometimes it results in a unfortunate death. In this case, K was able to get out without having to use the flicker. Arteezy is not in the best spot. Gonna get stunned out. Glorious Pathway dropped down. That is so much damage from the side of Leon. Arteezy getting escorted out by the rest of his team. The Art of M doing a good job keeping Leon away. But we are starting to see the potential damage that Leon has.
Yep. But just the same, you see the struggle that Water faces when the real manipulation is up and when K decides to commit the Zaman Force. It's so easy to just squish a little Suyo in a fight like that. Because again, the rework from the last patch just changed the game for him. Super Nemo in trouble.
One last tap will do the job. Super Nemo doesn't have Revitalize, sadly. So, bit of a mistake on Leon Esports' side, proxying the wave and losing the Roma over to K of all people.
This does allow K to recover. Again, a few missed waves. Losing the economy race against Super Era, but nothing that should haunt Leon for a while here. Not for long. They still can make a play for this second turtle of the game, spawning upper quarter. One more slip up like that, though, should equalize. Because again, you're still looking at Leon, who's 3K ahead. Now 2,500 ahead.
They did get the flicker out of Yoo-Hoo just now, thanks to Water. And with both Hylos and Glue around this area, I don't see a way for them to go for the contest. They use everything on the Juviana. Juviana sticks on the RCZ, and that is a dead Fredrin. Glorious Pathway helps Leon move on forward. They get the turtle for themselves, and here comes the Blazers. Kiran, forced to redirect his engage, ends up going down anyways. Prince Shirk getting stuck on. Double kill for Juviana. That's 3 down for the Team Leste team.
I am convinced that Glue is broken. Glue is busted. You see how low Juviana was? He was at like 1/10 of his health. And then finally gets the grab, recovers from there, and then serves up a handful of kills to his team. And now Leon are snowballing, dog walking Rise of Ravens. Husky, I don't know, is this more dominant than they were in game 1? Because 1-5, what is this, 4,000 between them already this early?
Yeah, against this comp of Rise of Raven, I'd say yes. Super, super dominant. Like, they are walking into the jungle like that with impunity, with the full squad. The fight at the turtle pit just ended and they go again. The Appraiser's Wrath not enough, sadly. Super Nemo gets to walk away with literally 1 HP.
If a minion saw Super Nemo there, he would have died. That's how close it was. And instead he gets away with it. That's gotta be frustrating. That must have hit a nerve, struck a nerve out of Rise of Raven, saying that was so close. We were denied just a roamer kill and we couldn't even get that. Look at this, 3 members standing up, looking for a push. Prince Sure about to step in.
Juviana goes for the grab, and now Kiran gets brought back to his team. Easily gunned down by Agi, and K can't stay around. That combo is lethal. First spread, you are guaranteed to get pulled back. I've always had the notion that Glue is extremely broken. Prince Shir getting ganked mid, he goes down, mid tier 1 falls. And Glue, not only is he tanky, not only can he recover health with the grab, but it resets. It goes on a 5-second cooldown if you get a takedown when you are stuck on someone. That is straight up an illegal mechanic. It allows you to stick onto people again and again, just like how Super Era sticking onto the bodies of this Timor-Leste team for a double kill.
I feel like Leon Esports are rushing this game. They may have an appointment after this broadcast, because all this while you were on your tirade about how broken Glue is, they scored a turret, they scored a few kills, and they're not stopping. They're still going.
This is a nightmare scenario for Rise of Raven. There are 9,000 gold behind, Leo, and we're not even at the... Lord hasn't even spawned yet. We are only 7 minutes into the game. No flash to the Oasis for Florin. This is the kind of snowball we expect from a Florin comp, not from a comp that, you know, that needs time to scale. And yet here we are.
Husky, that's not Nightmare. That's Leon Esports. But I get you. I understand. And now finally they build the Flask of the Oasis. They felt the pressure from you expecting, where is it? Where is it? It took them 7.5 minutes and it's here, and I'm afraid that it's too late.
Yeah, I feel the same too. All holy defense down pre-8 minutes. They even used the real manipulation just to keep Leon Esports away, and Leon Esports are willing to put the bodies in front. Look at the splash damage, the traction pulse, the Death Sonata, the just the Starlium gun from Agi. They force out the Bloom from Yoo-Hoo as well. That's the only reason the Rise of Ravens are top back up to full health.
Arsteezy gets the duel withdrew from him, given over to K this time around. K on his way to his 3rd item. Massive gold lead, roll per roll. Look at this between Water and Arsteezy, 3,000, 2,000 between Super Era and K. This is miserable. Like you're struggling to even get your own farm.
It's crazy. 10k gold lead at 8.5 minutes. Actually, at the 8-minute mark, they already have a 10k gold lead, just as the Lord spawns. The biggest goal advantage, at least I've seen in MPL, because it was between Aero Esports and SRG OG. And I feel like there's a chance that Leo Esports nothing that Rise of Ravens can do. I think they would even struggle just to take down Juviana.
Juviana has proven himself quite the challenge to take down. Prince Sure flickering back just because of the assault that Leon Esports is dishing out here in mid and in bottom. Lord spawning in mid. Yeah, this is going to lead to an inhibitor takedown. Minimum 1.
Yeah, but with how things are, the saving grace is that the waves are not synced up, but not that Leon cares. They're just going to walk in. Like, what can Rise of Raven do? They clear out the bottom wave. Mid inhibitor is going to go down. RWM only delaying the inevitable. Traction pulse catches no one. Super Demo just puts his body in front. Taunted up, drag back, eats everything, even from the enhanced basic attack of the Harriv, and this time he finally gets punished by the glowing one of Prince Sure, and Juviana also overstaying his welcome. K gets to do what he does best, taking out 2 members of Leon, but at the cost of 2 structures.
That was a pricey trade for Leon. At the risk of allowing Rise of Raven to close the gap, they play a little loose and fast, but they walk away with time to recover. Again, this is how Rise of Raven punished Leon for overstaying, for overextending. Juviana not putting enough stacks on anyone from Rise of Raven to get that grab. And of course, Super Nemo out-timing his Revitalize and his Glorious Pathway. So it's possible. We now know that in certain circumstances, Rise of Raven can output enough damage and can punish Leon, but one might argue that's because there was a turret there. What if there are no turrets? What if it was just a straight up 5v5?
Yeah, I think that could have been an in-game scenario, and we might just see that right now. The traction pulse puts Kiran back. He is straight up gone. Too many guns in his face. Magical, physical bullets. Can't even tell which is which at this point. They keep the top structure alive, but I think Leon Esports has an angle to run it all the way down if they get one more pick off. And Water, he's looking for that opening. Gets the Blazer stun onto Arsteezy. Gets escorted out. There is still the Bloom from Yoo-Hoo. He hasn't used it this just now to save Kiran, but that means the entire base will be late Barret.
It's a clean base here. Traction pulse!
Even the Bloom cannot save Arsteezy as he gets executed. One less Glorious Pathway. That's a carpet laid out for Leon Esports as they looked to try and take the win. We see the Phobius up in the air and he dies before his body even hit the floor. And K also getting gunned down. That is it. Leon Esports takes it all the way home. First seed of Group B, 2-0 over Rise of Raven. That's a juicy 6 points to close out their round.
This, ladies and gentlemen, is Laotian excellence on display. The Timorese didn't know what hit him. GG, well played. Rise of Raven. But the number 1 seed out of Laos came to play, and they don't care if they have to run through team number 2, Nightmare Esports, to get to Riyadh, to make it to the MSC wildcard. What is this? What is this? Back-to-back-to-back. Super Eras are MVP again?
7-0 and 5 total damage. Even he can buy a lottery with that number. 60866. Someone go cash in. Maybe you could get lucky, just like Super Era. Because with how things look, I am definitely looking forward to Leon Esports taking on Nightmare if they ever meet in the finals, right? In a glorious best of 7. Right, so Raven, they had a draft that would have had a better chance against Leon Esports in game 2, but instead, Leon Esports just made the game even quicker.
We will get a confirmation of exactly how the seedings end up, what the final placement of these teams are who made it through to the playoffs. But yeah, no, I think we're still looking at a Laotian versus Laotian team in the opener, Husky. It might actually be Nightmare versus Laos in a best of 5, and that denies us a Laotian Grand Finals. It's painful. We're opening up with that, but I don't know where where KOG ends up, points wise. What did they get? 2 points?
2 points, right? They're the second seed. If it's a first seed against second, then we get Nightmare against KOG and Leon against RLG. So
is it now? If it's oh yeah, no, it is top 1 versus top 2, top 1 versus top 2. There it is. All right, so it can happen. I stand corrected. It can happen.
It can happen. So Leon Esports, they've set themselves up for massive success, right? Nightmare won yesterday through a tiebreaker. That's how they got first seed, by playing shorter cumulative games, game time. So there is a chance we see the 2 Laotian teams in the grand final. See who joins the number 1 Vietnamese teams in the wild cards. But for now, I think Leon Esports has had the best display of MLBB in the group stage.
No doubt, across both groups too. And as we wait for the official announcement, I must say now, Husky, I hope you share the sentiment with me when I say I am so happy that Leon Esports are facing off against RLG.
Oh yes, 100%. I think if any team needs, to get their butt kicked a little bit, and to learn things the hard way when it comes to ML, just so that they could buck up and not fool around, I think Leon Esports is the best teacher. Sometimes a hard loss is the best lesson that a team could learn. And there it is, the bracket for tomorrow. We get what we want. Nightmare against KOG and RLG against Leon.
We are going to be coming back on the 5th. So tomorrow we get to take our time off. But yes, come the 5th, Thursday, we get to see 2 best of 5s. That's Leon versus RLG, woot woot, and then Nightmare versus KOG. Thailand versus Laos, and then Laos versus Vietnam. I'm excited. Again, best of 5s now. Here we go. There's no way you could mess this up.
Super excited. Like I feel like I'm already looking forward to the finals, right? Laos against Laos, but we gotta get through this, get through top 4 first. We have 1 day of break. Teams have 1 day of break to prep, and then afterwards they have 2 days of break because the finals will be on Sunday. So it is all full speed ahead. The journey truly begins from Thursday onwards. So can't wait to see the teams take on the stage. Wish them all the best. We're gonna see both best of 5s on Thursdays.
GG will play to the teams that fell but still showed up and did their best. ESB Titans and Rise of Raven. We hope to see you in the next season of the M Challenge Cup. But for tonight, that is it. We will call this show to a close. Thank you so much for spending your time with us and enjoying the best MLBB Esports action that the Mekong region could provide. On behalf of everyone making this broadcast possible, my name is Leo. His name is Husky. We hope you have a great evening ahead, and we'll see you on Thursday.